YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got something interesting for you today. This is the Eachine killer whale. Yeah, that's right. It's like a killer whale. Anyway, this is an FPV platform. This thing comes as an ARF plug and fly. And when they say that, they mean you get all the stuff in a box and then you put it all together, and I mean everything. So you have to solder all sorts of stuff. Our build video is ridiculous. It took a lot to get this thing flying well. That's why you'll see that it's dirty, because I've been flying this thing on and off throughout the day. There is a CG mark here on the wing. I don't mention that in the build because I didn't realize it until the very last hour.
Oh, okay.
See that? So it does appear to be right. I'm flying this on a 4000 4S 30C, and I have the pack all the way forward. It's a smart Gen 1, just so I can use my voltage alarm. And then if you look back in there, we've got the boards, and then I have an AR636B on that top shelf. There is tons and tons and tons of room for this plane to be outfit for all sorts of different missions. The front comes out. There's also a special bracket that can be put on here. This thing opens up. Tons of room to get inside of there. I got a couple signal reversers because I was using this from a crash plane that we had yesteryear. The wings do come off. There is a lot of features. It was a ton of work to put together, but interestingly enough, everything went together really nice. Everything is super high quality. I was not annoyed with any step. I was annoyed with the bulk of steps because we spent until like 2 a.m. putting this thing together, and we started at like 5 p.m. and we thought it was like a bind and fly or plug and fly. So typically a plug and fly, I mean, we had to glue in every servo and assemble all this. We didn't have to put in those, which is kind of interesting, but we had to put in the wood here. So I don't know. It was just a lot more than we thought we were getting into. Had we known what we were getting into, I think it would have been less annoying. But every item that we got in here, at first you're like, oh, it doesn't look like anything special. But then you're like, it's actually good.
Yeah.
And you start putting it together and it all fits.
Yep, exactly.
But the instructions suck the big one. There are non-existent instructions. They don't even say the CG on the instructions. They assume you're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to fly it in the rain just to show you this thing is durable. It flies well. Full disclosure, I have crashed it several times trying to figure out the bugs. 5000 4S was just a little bit too heavy. Now, obviously, that's, you know, this is designed for like a hero camera, okay? Here and potentially here. So you wouldn't fly with that big of a pack. And this thing is powerful. It's got way more than 1-to-1 power to weight ratio. So when you go to launch, don't launch with takeoff flaps on, just launch it, okay? Just get it in the air, get it flying. Once it's flying, it's good. And it slows down nicely for landings. But if you have your CG wrong, this thing will bite you bad. So, without further ado, throttle cuts on, just to show you. I have a 5-minute timer, but it'll go a lot longer than that. Okay, so counter-rotating props, obviously. See, it's got tons of power. I'm already at 50% throttle.
Wow.
All right, camera crew.
Yep.
And it's not a light rain anymore. It's kind of like a regular rain. But look how solid that thing looks. I flew this thing without a stabilizer at first, and it just sucked. It was so wonky, and it was windy, and so I was just like, screw it. You guys hear that squeal? That's probably a bit of a timing issue at full throttle. I noticed it. That's the only time I notice it. But just look how rock solid it looks. You know, this thing reminds me of flying the twin EC1500 twin, but it just flies really nicely. Okay, that's no flaps, by the way, yet. And yes, we are in rain, not like light rain. Okay, it's like rain. So you can see my transmitter is like covered with water. Okay, so takeoff flaps, got a little bit of down nose there because I did a 5% mix. Rudders work really effective. And then full landing flaps here and just a touch of balloon. I think really on the takeoff flaps, you don't really need any mix. The landing flaps help with the slow down quite a bit, as you can see. You see it going up? That's so weird. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, just riding over the top here. It looks like it's barely moving, but it is carrying some speed. All right, cam crew, let's go over here. That's on like a 40% throttle. Got a little bit of gust I'm fighting there. I'm gonna go right to the edge, thank you. That's fine. I just want you guys to see how pretty this thing is. Out of the flaps all together. It'll go quick. And the fun thing is it's super quiet, which I guess it's not really funny. It's just interesting. Okay, take off flaps, having to ride the elevator a little because of my screw up on my mixing. It's just, it's actually a joy to fly now. When I first started though, this was just one of those where it was kind of like a labor of love. I had so much time in it that I was like, screw it, I have to make it work. And that's the only reason that I picked it up off the ground after my first crash. And that was because I hand launched it and I gave it throttle, and it does have a little bit of a pitch down moment. So if you're trying to hand launch this, just let it take off like a helicopter, okay? Ooh, that's what I'm talking about, guys. You see what I'm talking about there? That full pitch down moment when you get out of the flaps. I want to show you that again, except I'm going to do it in a better spot. Okay, so no throttle, full throttle. See how it climbed that time? Every once in a while, I will get a pitch down moment like it's fantastic. It's very intense. And I think that's what I had both times I had problems. Now, also, I have safe on this, so we'll show you that. Take off flaps, landing flaps. Here's safe. Okay, so we're about 50% throttle, just to show you. Okay, so nice, easy going. Levels out perfectly. A little bit more throttle. Out of safe, out of the flaps. You see what I'm talking about there? That where it dives down just for a second. Now, part of that is because, you know, it's just, you have to refine this plane a little bit, okay, guys? It flies good, it looks good. It really is a pretty solid plane, and when it breaks, it's actually pretty easy to fix, which I know is not exactly a selling feature, but let's be real, guys. Everybody is gonna crash once in a while. And if you got a lot of gear in here, there's just not much protection for the gear within because it's very thin walled, it's very light, okay? It looks really good in the rain, actually.
And it did come with decals if you don't want to just fly a white.
If you don't want to fly a white blob, but I love the way it looks going in between. You good?
Yep.
I wouldn't have done that without the stabilizer. The stabilizer made a big improvement in the way this thing's flying.
It does look cooler flying than I anticipated it.
Well, I actually really like the way that the winglets look, and I love the complex shape of the tail. I think it's cool. See that? There's just a spot where you will get that tail right in the wash. I'm gonna see if I can do it again. Okay, so, all right, so you get up into a dive, and then you start stalling, and then it just like does crazy things. So you need to be prepared to deal with that, okay? Just a nice glide here. We got our first warning going off here. So now this is a 4,000 milliamp 4S. Our voltage alarm is kind of a piece of crap. I'm not really worried about the voltage at all because I know it's going to go longer than what it is right now. I just want you guys to get a feel for how it can fly. Now, imagine using a little bit smaller pack and just actually putting a GoPro on the nose of this plane. You're going to have very little aerodynamic effect because of the shape of the nose. Note it as I go by. Plenty of elevator to get out of an upside down. I don't know many people are going to be doing upside down flight in this plane. Just, I mean, you can do it though. I'm just got about 10% throttle, or excuse me, about 10% elevator to keep her going level. And she's real well behaved upside down, actually. That's weird. I really like the way it flies now. At first, it was just one of those where I didn't have the CG right, and it bit me, and so it scared me, and I just said, oh my goodness, I just blew a half a day building this thing. But then it just does everything really good once you get it going. Now, I do think you could tear it apart in air. It's powerful enough that you can rip components off of itself. So be a little bit mindful of that. You don't want to end up picking up the pieces. Also, there are no landing gears. So like, if you don't want to belly land it, then this might not be the one for you, or you're going to have to add gear. Now, the other thing too is that even if you add gear, you have to keep in mind this thing will run a bigger prop than what's included here. I think they're 7-inch props, and they're actually really nice props. They're kind of like a translucent prop. Drone style is what I'd call them, real quiet. But I love the way it flies, and to be honest, I wonder if I could just like belly land it and take back off. But if you're gonna do a lot of landings with this thing, you're gonna wanna probably tape the bottom or epoxy it. Because if you just look how beautiful it looks, it reminds me of the Spruce Goose in the look. It's not, I mean, I know it's not true to form or some sort of a scale replica, but just the way that that butt end is so big and heavy and it hangs down a little bit. I like the way it looks in the air. I think it's super cool. You see that pitch down moment?
Mm-hmm.
There are occasions though where you will get into a situation where it'll do that and it'll kind of bite you a little bit. And I think it's just the way that it stalls. Keeping in mind, we are flying in rain. We don't typically fly in rain, but it's nice and calm.
It is, yeah.
When I say calm, I mean it's reasonably calm. It's not dead calm. There's probably a 5-mile-an-hour kind of meandering gust, if I want to call it that. AS3X just made this thing come together, though. Before AS3X, it was flying, and it was okay if you had the CG just dead nuts. But the thing is, it just wasn't fun to fly at all. It was really kind of scary to fly because I listened to one of my peers and they described it as a relaxing flight, and I just thought, yeah, there's nothing relaxing about that. It was now granted, if I put a 5,000 in there and let it take off like an airplane, or excuse me, like in a helicopter out of my hand and just go straight up, I think it would have been okay with a bigger all-up weight. Landing flaps going on here. I also am a little bit bummed there's a breakout board that you use that steals power from the battery, and it makes 2 different BECs, or it has 2 different BECs, a 9-volt BEC and then a 5-volt BEC. I think there's actually 3 BECs. There's 2 5s and 1 9. So that's good for like you FPV guys. But the thing is, I didn't need that, and because it was going through the breakout board, that's where the throttle channels pass through. So I don't know if that works with an OSD, so you've got like a throttle on the on-screen display there for you, or what. But I was a little bit disappointed because I was thinking differential thrust would be kind of cool on this plane because you make it do some cool things. And you guys already kind of know this just from watching the channel a lot, but we're all about scale airplanes here. That's like predominantly what we do. And so to do an Eachine product like this is a little bit out of the ordinary for us. If I would have known this was essentially an ARC, I probably wouldn't have reviewed it, but I would have missed out because it's a pretty sweet plane actually.
And like you said, it's really a nice plane.
It's well built.
We just weren't prepared for that when we started it.
Yeah, and to be honest, it wasn't what I was after at the time either. So if you were after that and you knew that was what to expect, I'm out of the flaps, just so you guys know, about 30% throttle there. Just kind of, you have to be a little bit on it because the recovery out of throttle. Okay, so let me come back to this for a second. When you're recovering at low altitude, you have to be prepared for that behavior where the nose will pitch down, that pitch down moment, because you exacerbate that stall tendency. So you almost have like a high-speed stall under throttle, which is like scary. And it's really kind of weird. Plenty of power. I'm gonna go ahead and land though, just to be on the safe side.
Me to stay here?
No, I mean, I'm just gonna land in the grass out here.
Okay.
Okay, so take off flaps, landing flaps. You get a little bit of wind all of a sudden. I don't know why that is. Okay, so it's super easy to put down. And then I don't know if you guys can tell. I'll just go ahead and taxi it on the grass. It has It has clearance and the props are very sturdy. See, like I said, it's wet.
Yeah.
So let me grab this real quick. You can stay there, camera crew.
Okay.
Throttle holds on and tested. You do need to be careful. Look where my hand is.
Yeah.
This thing will bite you in more than one way. Also, just as an aside, running brushless motors in the rain is not necessarily a huge issue, but you do need to be aware. One of these could get timing thrown because the coil's short and you could damage an ESC. Just be aware of that. Typically, if you let them dry out, you'll be fine, okay? There's our flaps. Let's show you that real quick. We'll just drop this down here. The flap setting that I changed, I also set up my dual rates and expo a little bit different. So I'm gonna go into flaps. This needs to be basically nothing, okay? And then that needs to be like 12, which is kind of weird. How about I do like 3? Can I test that? Let's test that.
Yeah.
Okay. Take off flaps. So you can see I got the takeoff flaps and it's real easy to get going. I didn't feel like it was an issue at all on the elevator. There's wind going that way, that's why I'm kind of fighting to get back in that direction. Just checking the elevator correction for the flaps here. I'm going to come around with the landing flaps now. Oh yeah, no balloon. No balloon, nice slow down. Now I want you to note that there is a lot of crap in this little hole on the bottom of the nose. It's like a gear opening. That's 50% throttle, guys. Got tons of power left here. This thing will fly on 2 through 8S is what I'm told. Or excuse me, 2 through 6. And I'm like, I can't imagine this thing on 6S. It'd be kind of crazy, actually. But I want to show you one of my complaints about the model. And to be honest, my complaints about the model were just the fact that we weren't prepared for it to be an ARF. So if you look at one design feature I really hate on this plane is look just how dirty it is.
Yeah.
Now, that's gross if you ask me. That shouldn't be, I mean, granted it is raining and I'm flying in it, but the reality is this shouldn't be there, or there should be a plug.
Yeah.
There's plugs for a bunch of other stuff, but I felt like that was one flaw. Otherwise, it's a great plane. I mean, I almost can't believe the quality because it's a Banggood product. And it's marketed through Banggood. So I would say definitely if you guys are into FPV at all, this is a really cool plane. And it's really, it's just kind of a time sucker. You're gonna spend, and look at those sweet tails. I just love those vertical tails. They look so cool. We ended up pinning those. So if you wanna see what we did, just stick around. We'll go ahead and post the build, but it's long and tedious. And we did switch some settings. So let's go inside and we'll show you what we did for our dual rates and expo. Okay, so actually, you know what? Forgive the wet screen there. Okay, so as you can see, we're like 15 minutes into the flight, no problem. Very little bit of trim here. So that's always a good sign. Okay, so dual rates and expo. Initially, I had set them pretty high. That's my settings, okay? So I actually lower my rates quite a bit at the top. And those are the same. I forgot to put it in the middle settings, so really that was pretty acceptable at 5. Elevator and rudder. So it's all the same, guys. Same 3 settings there. So basically 5, 10, 20. And then I drop the rates back to 75%. So like if you really want to get it in for some close passes at high speed, or you're actually filming and you want to have a little bit less tendency to overcorrect things, that's fine. And then the flap setting, because we were in the rain, minus 100, plus 100 down at the bottom, and then 3 and 12. That seemed to be pretty good with a 2-second deployment speed. Make sure you set all 3 of whatever switch to the same number. Otherwise, you won't get the benefit of that. So, any other thoughts on this plane? I'm actually really, really satisfied with it. And then let's just show them real quick. Again, we didn't have this installed initially. The AR636 was added after I put in the 620, which was fine. It's just that I like the way that planes fly better when they're stabilized. It's partly a skill thing because it's just, for me, it's a lot more fun to fly when they've got stabilizer. I can bring them in, and I don't have to be just like Johnny on the spot all the time. You can make a mistake, and it'll help you. So some of the things I definitely don't like about this plane are just the sheer volume of steps. The piece count, there's probably 200 plus pieces in this kit. When I opened it out of the box, it just kept coming.
Yeah.
So we were probably an hour into it before we were done unboxing it. Secondly, there was a little teeny bit of damage on the wing here. We had to fix that. Not a big deal. That was prior to my crashes. Okay. But then just to show you guys the crashes. The crashes broke the fuse here. But as you can see, you can't hardly even tell.
Yeah.
So it went together super easy. This is where the landing gear would mount, fixed gear, and then this. That would be another issue. This panel does come out. There's tons of extra pieces too that you can mount to this. You can mount up, you can mount above, you can mount below. You can have antennas out both sides in the back. So you can do your long range FPV. Just a lot of different cool things that I wasn't expecting to get. And really what struck me was the quality of each of the individual items that went into this. I mean, Eachine is a good enough product. We've never really had major issues with Eachine. I feel like it's one of the good, cheap Chinese products. But I was like really taken back by how nice the stuff was that was in this. Every single wire was silicone. There was none of that crappy plasticky junk. Everything that had to be put together was just went together really nicely.
Everything lined up, all the screw holes.
Yep.
Like
this was a heavy duty clasp, which I just thought was cool. So I'm gonna actually unplug this here. I evidently have a little bit of water getting into my transmitter here. So I'm gonna shut this off. But as you can see, huge amounts of room in here, just like incredible amounts of room inside of there. It goes all the way to the back here.
yeah.
You can see all the way to where the tail is. I can see the hole back there. I don't know if you guys can. So you could put like at least 2 or 3 kittens in there. Just kidding. So if you're even remotely interested in the build, stick around, stay tuned. The thing will work great for your platform, for your FPV platform. And then these props are labeled, this is a 7040R. So it'd be a 7 with a pitch of 4, I believe is the way that is. So 7-inch, I believe these will support up to 9-inch props, which when they say that on an ARF plug and fly like this, I don't know if that has anything to do with the motors themselves or if that just has to do with the clearance here. So because a 9-inch prop would be like insanity. This thing is powerful. I mean, it's like incredibly powerful. You could put more batteries in there if you could get the thing to launch better. So like I said, if you had wheels, you could launch with a heavier payload and then land without worrying about tearing everything up. So like I said, if I have to narrow down my complaint is that even though the landing gear would be ugly, they probably are a really kind of necessary evil on a heavier flying plane if you're going to use this for a real FPV platform. Now, that being said, you can take these wings off. They completely come apart. They've got these thumb nuts here. And when you take that off, then there's a big quick disconnect here. That carbon fiber spar goes to here. To here. It's a really well-built plane. And I did not expect that. I also expected it to be built a little bit more. So, like I said, my complaints were mostly our issues and secondarily the issues with the model itself. So if you're looking to buy one of these, we have links in the description below. You'll be helping to support the channel if you buy one. If you want to follow along the video, it's super long and tedious, so I apologize in advance. But definitely like the way that it went together. It just took a long time. Definitely had a good experience with the NX8. That's the first time we've flown in the rain with this thing. Probably not the best option, flying in the rain. But it definitely worked. And then, as an aside, which you guys don't know, I dropped this on the floor last night and I broke one of my switches. And so I had to scavenge an A switch off of one of my other DXSs. So it kind of hurt my soul a little bit. But I was able to get it fixed. and anytime you break your number one controller, the primary one you use all the time, it's like, oh my goodness, freak out time for us content creators that fly planes like on tight deadlines.
Yes.
So anyway, this plane was cool. We really liked it, and we hope you enjoyed it too. Check the links, give us a like if you enjoyed the video, and definitely come back for more. Don't forget to click the bell for notifications so you can know when we put out new content. We put out a lot of content this weekend, and mostly because we've been storing it up, and it's just been a busy couple weeks for us. But we have some really new and exciting stuff coming around the corner, and I'm sure you guys are going to love it. Not the least of which is one of these. So go buy one. YouTube, it's Brad Phillips into the M. Get some t-shirts. They're good. Follow the links in the description below. There's a coupon code for you. We're opening this right now. It's going to be amazing.
It's upside down.
We do all sorts of sea life on this channel. This is the killer whale. You've already seen it, possibly, depending on how this build goes. As you can tell by the wonderful packaging, this is comes to us from Banggood. And what we're gonna do is we are gonna set it up and try to fly it, but it looks like we got a little weather coming in. Mm-hmm. So if we're lucky, we will go ahead and fly this thing for us today. They didn't even do a garbage bag around it this time.
It's not even taped all the way around either.
Yeah, it's just taped on some sides. So I'm actually not 100% sure how it's supposed to open. It actually, you know what? It looks like it opens this way. Oh. That's what it is. So we're gonna get it like this. We've been trying some new mics, guys. Thank you for tolerating that as we go through the transition from what we had been using to what we're going to be using. Right now we're using Movo mic, which is a shotgun style mic, and we've got a big puffy thing on the end, whatever that is.
Yep.
And we also have a Movo cell phone holder. We do all of our filming on a cell phone. Currently it's a Galaxy S9. Previously it was a Galaxy S7. Previous to that was a Galaxy S5, and previous to that was a Galaxy S3. So obviously we've been using the Samsung lineup, and we've been really happy with that. We actually did get a DSLR just to kind of try it out, and we found out the DSLR that we borrowed didn't actually even do video, really.
It does video, but it doesn't have external audio.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Only the built-in audio.
So you'd have to edit, and the way we shotgun film everything wouldn't work very good.
We might try and shoot a couple of flights on it just to see how I handle filming with it, but
it's so much heavier. It's so much different.
Yeah, it's very different. I've been doing it this way since the very beginning, so it's kind of what I'm used to.
Okay, there we go.
Ooh,
that was hard to open. Goodness gracious.
You need like a killer whale to help you open the box.
No kidding. Okay, so looks like we're almost to the point where it'll come out. This lid is really challenging to get open the way that it's taped. I almost never had that much trouble getting them open, but it's usually a good sign. If it's hard to open, that means it's pretty well protected most of the time.
Hopefully.
I did get the right style, so I think we're okay with that. Okay. All right, there it is, guys. Okay, cool. Well, there's a prop right there. That's usually not a good sign when they're loose, but it's like translucent.
Clear.
It's a 70-40L, so there's a left and a right. So just put this knife to the side. I didn't mention it yet, but we're going to be using Spectrum receiver. This is a plug-and fly, so we use the NX8. Haven't decided if I want to use just the 4-channel AR410 or if I want to use the 620, or if I want to go ahead and do one of my AR636Bs from previous planes. I think that's what I'd prefer. I'd like to have AS3X, but I don't know. This is a 1200 millimeter plane, so it's not huge, but it is a twin engine, which is really cool. Okay, well, that's probably not a great sign.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding me? There's an ESC, has no wires attached. Okay, so you have to solder all this crap together. That's fun. That's really fun.
Can I share my opinion or not yet?
Well, I think I know what it is. So here's all the control horns. Here's all the servos. It looks like it comes with 9-gear servos, digital servos, but they're not metal gear. And then it's got 2306 1400 kV brushless motors. Now, when they're brushless motors, one goes one way, one goes the other way. It doesn't have any bullet connectors included. So that means if they don't reach, then we're just gonna have to solder these on here and then get some check. What else is in here? Okay, here is a 7040R. So there's one that's an L and one that's an R, so that's good. You have a pusher and a puller, a tractor and a pole, or whatever you want to call that. Now this plane is designed to be able to house FPV gear. We don't really do FPV on the channel because I don't have a Part 107. Someday maybe we'll do that. But I know a lot of you guys like FPV and you want me to do it, but I'm not going to do it until I'm fully credentialed for that. And what do we have here? This is the fuse, but I'm trying to figure out if it's got an end that's opened already. Kind of looks like it's sealed on one end. Okay, so I'll have to cut that. Got scissors for this. Everything's pretty well packed, actually, once you get into the box.
Yeah.
I'm really disappointed and weary when I see a box that is crushed like this one was. It's just not really it's not a good look, but truth is, everything's coming out nice. I like the shape of this plane. There's a release here.
Just gonna say the opposite.
Oh, you were gonna say you think it's ugly?
It's kind of weird.
It is weird.
Oh, more stuff.
Holy crap.
What is that?
That's a flight controller. Interesting. Okay. That says flap? I don't understand. Atomic. So maybe this doesn't need a stabilizer if it's already got a flight controller in it. Okay. Then we have control arms. There's some magnets here, some bolts to put everything together. They got an XT60. Some rubber bands, screws, and a bunch of servo extension cords. Okay. And then it comes with winglets. Man, there's like tons of storage in here. Then there's a cover here. And looks like strap for battery, and then a couple of different potential mounting points for cameras and things, it looks like. And then I think that's everything. Can you show them inside of there?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, then I can pull this up. Got magnets already installed on that. There's lots of different room in there to mount everything. Okay. Then we have the control surfaces. Again, this is sealed, so you gotta cut it to get it out. Lots of bubble wrap on this. Not used to seeing that on planes. It's actually not really a problem at all. Everything seems to be really high quality though. That's something we're not really used to from certain companies. But I mean, like, look, the carbon fiber goes through and it's all held together. I mean, this is even carbon fiber here. So that's pretty good. There's no other carbon fiber in here though. See, it's just hollow then. So I don't really think that's anything to write home about. But it's a well designed. I mean, the hinges feel really good. It's a pinch hinge, but it feels strong. There is one joiner rod or a support in there. See that? All the way through right here. And then of course, that looks like a square tube, carbon fiber. Okay, so that's the tail. Got the winglets. All right, what else do we have in here? Obviously with the wings. Okay, so this is by Eachine too. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. Mostly because I didn't realize it at the time. It's an Eachine product. And so it does come with some decals. I'm not sure if we're even gonna be administering these decals. So I'll just lay those to the side. Okay. Let's get this stuff out and take a look at it. Okay. A little bit of damage here. Not a big deal, but kind of annoying. Flaps. Flaps are otherwise attached, and you have to cut those. That is bent. That is straight, or straighter. So it looks like this got bent. So I'm just gonna bend it back. So we're gonna have to figure that out at some point too. But it's got the wood mounts here. Place for the motor to be mounted, and then I'm not sure what goes there. Looks like there's some covers that are gonna be in there. See, like something like that maybe. Almost looks like it could house a retract. I don't think there's retracts on this plane. Really light though, really, really light. Big carbon fiber spar going through the wing here. That's always a good sign. The wing looks good. Feels like it's gonna be sturdy enough for a plane this weight. And then, oh, holy crap. Jeez, look at that. That's like really long. I think that's gonna go through here. I wanna see how long this wing is gonna end up. Oh yeah. It just slides through. Man, that is a big carbon fiber spar. It's got I mean, this plane has a lot of features. It's definitely a kit. I think some of the companies that sell these, they would call this an ARF, almost ready to fly. And then others would call it, well now what's that? That must go on there somewhere, but I don't know what it is.
There's like no picture.
I mean, that's what the plane looks like when it's done.
That's all the directions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I know. Here, show the people this for a minute so they can see what that is. I want to lay this down. I don't know what it is. Looks like a decal. I can't be 100% sure. What does it look like, camera crew?
Like the finished? I don't know. We're gonna have to find an actual picture, I think. Connector pins, power distribution board.
Okay, let's look at this. So basically what this is this is where the aileron, throttle, flaps, 5 volts, ground, AX3, ground. Okay, so those are all pins that are on the board, which is right here. This is the flight controller, okay? So you see they've got, there's the different plugs, okay? Oh, there you go. So that shows you a better view of it. Looks like that flap label actually fell out of here.
Oh, that would make more sense.
Yeah. So, just looking at what this stuff has in it. I'm gonna actually pull this chair around.
Okay.
The way this is gonna go together is you're gonna take this board, and this board's gonna actually mount inside of the middle of the fuse. See how there's the screw points? It looks like it's probably gonna line up on one of those 2 points. That's what I'm guessing. Or one of the boards is gonna mount there. Okay. The plane itself will be real easy to put together. It's just more a matter of all the different flight controllers and everything, because each of these have to be soldered onto each of these pads here. So it's gonna be like soldered here. And then you'll have to flip 2 of them if you get the rotation backward, or reprogram the ESC. And then each wing is gonna have one of these that receives the power that goes out to the electronic speed control, okay? And then right here, you can see where there's going to be servo leads that are right here that are going to get soldered in there on those 5 points there. I'm going to point with, and you see how there's this plug here. That plug is actually the plug that goes into these doohickeys. Yeah, see? Looks super simple. Or wait, these are going to go here on the main controller. And then there's one that goes in the wing. I just grabbed the wrong end of it. There you go. So this one goes into the wing. So this one's labeled aileron. And then the other one is labeled flap, I guess. Yeah, the flap came off of this one here. Do you remember where that flap label is? There it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So this one here, we'll just have to guess and check because I don't trust those labels as far as I can throw them. Because they've already been off of there. But there's one signal line, so this actually might not be as bad as you're thinking, camera crew. I mean, it's definitely not our typical Eachine, that's for sure. But at the same time, it's also like way nice compared to what we're used to. Because if you really get right down to it, it's doing all sorts of cool things, which is neat. I just don't quite understand the whole, like, yeah, you get to solder it together, yippee.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even though I know how to do that, I don't really want to have to do it. And then also I'm kind of looking at these pass-throughs. It looks like they have provided, it looks like they may have provided everything you need though, which is pretty cool.
Where's the little person that puts it together?
That guy did not come with that.
Provide that.
That's the, you're looking at him.
I had to provide my own.
Yeah, I know, I'm a little bit concerned about that too, because this is going to be a tedious one.
This is the wrong answer.
The wrong answer you were looking for?
Yep.
Well, the good news is we can use that AR620 now to get this to work.
The good news is we picked your order of operations for the day, so.
That's true. We did get that out of the way first. There you go. So there's that. Where's the other one, camera crew?
Right there.
Right
That
there.
one, right?
So just to give you an idea, an overview of how all this is going to lay out, these are then going to be, where does the ESC actually get its power? Because I only see ailerons and flaps. Okay, so if there's ailerons and flaps, and that's how you take the wings off, then where's the power?
What do these little boards do?
These are ESCs. I know that for a fact that they're
Okay.
electronic speed controls, like this, okay?
Okay.
So each wing is gonna have one. Here, we'll just put the pieces out at the end of the
We'll leave
wings.
those for a while.
Yeah, we won't need those for a little bit. Same thing with the props and all sorts of other things.
What is this bag for?
That's some wires. Now I need to look at these too, because as I piece these things out, it's helping me to distinguish between, because like I can tell, you see how this one has the label on one way and this has the label on the other way?
Mm-hmm.
I need to make sure that this isn't like a reverse actuation. Because if there is such a thing, which I doubt there is on this model, I would want to know that now, not later. See? Reverse.
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to be one on here that needs to be reversed. Probably on the rudder, because one of the rudders is going to be going the opposite direction and one of them is going to be going the same direction. Okay? And you see how each of these have potentially different length wires? That's what I'm working out right now. I'm just laying all these things down. You have to take an inventory of the parts. So you might as well get that knocked out now. Oh, good, this one's got a short wire too. So these are gonna stick into the wings. I don't know which one's which just quite yet. Kind of guessing I got that wrong first, because it looks like the wire's gonna drop down. And this one's gonna go here. So this is more of like a kit if you're wanting to actually put the whole thing together, okay? And when I say the whole thing, I mean you're gonna have to do a lot of work to get this thing to be put together. These are the nuts that hold the motors on, and then these are the mounts for the motors to the motor mounts, okay? So those are gonna actually go onto the brushless motor and then hold down the prop. Excuse me. See this? So that's a nylock, okay? So that's gonna go something like this. And there's actually two of them. There's a short one and a tall one. So I'm not sure if we just slip the first one on. Nope, it looks like there's just two different sizes. And one of these is gonna spin one way and one's gonna spin the other way. So let's just see how these line on. Okay. So you're gonna want one to spin. As that spins, you want it to kind of tighten the prop. Tighten the nut, okay? So that's not tight, but it'll at least get us in the ballpark. And then same thing this way, you'll notice that one of them is probably threaded the other way, okay? So we just guess and check.
Okay.
We just happen to get lucky that that one fit. Okay, so as this one goes, see how it's going around and it's gonna loosen. So that's probably not a good sign. I don't know if I'm maybe supposed to use the short one on there so I can jam nut it. Let's see. See, that one doesn't want to start, so it's reverse. We only have so many motors in here. Pretty sure it's just these two. Unless we missed them somewhere. Okay. So that takes care of that side, let's just say, for now. And then the rest of these screws we can leave in here. I know for sure these get soldered on there, but I am still quite ambiguous over what's going on with, well, this is where the power would come from, because this is going to be powered from here, okay? And I don't know if we just cut that little bit of extra and then this sits here, something like that, possibly. But there's also this whole batch of wiring, so let's see what's in there. Sometimes the best thing to do with a kit like this that you're unsure about is to just start taking pieces out and putting them, assigning them a home. And at the end of the day, if you're really lucky, then you'll find a home for everything. Okay, so inside of here, there's a very long cable that is, looks like a Hextronics 2S connector. I think that'd be for like an FPV operation and not necessarily for what we're doing. And then right here we have, this is a Y splitter, okay? That's gonna go back to the tails, to the rudders. So we're just gonna go ahead and hook that up like this. We're gonna have to unhook a lot of this still, but we at least have assigned it to a home. Okay, these we know where they go. These are motor mounts, but I thought we already had motor mounts.
In the wings.
Not sure exactly how that's gonna go. I do plan on using flaps. So I think they gave us enough servos for that, but I'm not sure. Let's assign one of these elevator servos. There's one with the wire. Comes out with the label is gonna be the other way. So you see how this wire is gonna come out like this? Okay, like this. So there you go. And you're probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, you haven't glued any of this stuff together. Yeah, I know.
And does it make sense that you're using the reverse servo over there on the elevators? Or is
It's
that
the
rudders?
only position that this would be in that makes sense to me,
So that would be right, potentially.
I assume.
Okay.
Because if this one's wrong, then they just need to be flipped and then it doesn't matter.
Right, okay.
Okay. Unless it doesn't move. You can tell what direction it's supposed to be because this hole is cut so that it lines up with that. Because then you can get a screwdriver in there and tighten the screws. Okay. So I'm satisfied with that part.
Okay.
So really, we're getting to the point now where it's like, okay, well, these probably go into the wings, okay, as opposed to going into the fuse. But there's surely something to support it on both sides. Ah, see? Look. See this? Oh my goodness. Those things are really tight. Holy crappers. Okay, so I don't know if this goes forward or behind. But that's like extremely tight, so I don't know if that's right. That's not feeling so good either. So maybe it goes behind. Let's test my theory. Yep, that fits very easily behind. Okay. So if that's correct, then on the wing, and I don't know which side's which yet, but we'll be able to establish that. It looks like this actually is the wing one. You see? Because that's going to go right there for sure. Oh yeah. Okay. And then the ESC is going to go something in here or here. So guys, this is a little bit of a puzzle, and I'm just trying to figure it out so I can tell you right. Since the instructions are maybe a little bit vaguer than I'd like them to be. A lot vaguer than I'd like them to be. Is that better?
Well, aren't they?
Well, there's a picture. That's better than absolutely nothing. So now when this all gets pushed together, then there's already going to be a gap, okay? So the heads of the screws will be clear, okay? So now we have to figure out like what screws are they intending for us to use to mount everything together. Obviously this is for power, so we'll use that later. This is for servos, so we'll use that later. This is for servos, maybe for servos. So here's a lot of these black screws. Those are gonna go through the ball joints, the ball links. And then these are for, those are thumb nuts for the wing. Oh, they're gonna go in here. And you know what? Those are probably gonna work with, I wonder if they're gonna work with these. Because then they can go into this pocket here. I'm not sure on that yet. We'll have to figure that out later. But we still haven't established what this is for. This is a servo for what? The servo end, oh, well, it could be for going out to like the elevator, for instance, is coming in to the board at some point. It doesn't plug into that, so that's not it. This is an extension cord, so I don't know if that's it either. This could just be for the elevator, which looks correct and promising. These are really nice quality cables too. They're like all silicone. So this kind that's like really flexible. I was like that. Okay, so the main control surface, rudders, elevator, and ailerons. Ailerons have still not been settled. So let's try to get those laid out. Yeah, that's gonna get us the ailerons plugged in, okay? So that's pretty cool. All right, so then the ailerons. This is just a guess still. This could be wrong. It's gonna plug in here because that says aileron. Like I said, if that's wrong, we'll have to flip it. Then there's gonna be one for servo for the flaps. I think this servo goes vertical. So I'm not 100% sure how you're supposed to do this. This one's kind of weird. Pretty sure that's the way that's gonna go. Seems like a long cable.
But those were pretty much all the same, right? Those four?
They were. These are shorter.
Is that one shorter? Or does it just look shorter?
I don't think it actually is. I think it's the same. So that's fine. I mean, there's only one reverse, so that means that the vertical stabilizer with the rudder is what's gonna get that. So the black goes to brown. Okay. So that gives us one assembly for a wing, almost complete assembly. Then it looks like we have, looks like that's gonna receive this actually, maybe. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that and I said, that's an interesting shape. I don't think it's gonna go through sideways, but it might. It's like really well-engineered kit. I just didn't know I was gonna have to be putting it together to this extent.
Yeah.
We typically don't do this type of kit on our channel because it's just too time-consuming. Our videos are already long without having a time-consuming kit like this. so that's possible, but I don't think so. I think it goes from underneath like this. Like that, guys. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Okay, so it goes like that. Then I'll fold it flat and kind of make a twist. Yeah, so that's where that goes. So that's pretty good. And then this will go right here. All right, so that'll definitely get us a servo for the flap. And we're darn close to having a wing assembly done here. It's not done, but it's close. And then of course this ESC. I'm thinking that the extra cable from this side of the connector that reaches down here, we could cut that, and that little bit of extra would probably reach us to energize this thing.
Really?
Yeah. The problem with this right now is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pins left to land, and there's 5 more connection points. So I'm not 100% sure how they were planning on doing that, unless they want us to go parallel to the existing power and ground here. Because really we just need signal. We just need signal because we already have power and ground from this. So we really only technically need 1 more wire to get over there. But we don't have a wire to facilitate that at this exact juncture. Unless they're expecting us to chop it off of another lead, which is totally possible. Because like I said, if all we have to do is pass through signal, we can see right here, there's a bunch of these wires that go, and I don't know which one's which. Okay? We can deduce what one's what from looking at the other side of the connector. There's a positive and negative here, which are the middle 2 pins. So the middle 2 pins are going to be, I'm trying to figure out the color. Looks like red and black, the little red and black. So the little red and black have power here and ground. And then directly below that, we have 3 connectors. So one of them is black and 2 of them are white. And it says here, see? So if I follow this through, I just have to get it laid out right. I have my board upside down from this, so I'm going to put it that way. So I've got it laid out the same. So there's auxiliary white, throttle, ground, black. Okay, so throttle, ground, black is this one right here in the center. So we're going to have to solder onto that pin at some point. Yeah. You're not going to just basically line it up there. You have to actually solder it. Okay, so then what else do we have? We've got obviously a battery strap here. It's one of the high quality style. It says Atomic on it, so that's pretty nice.
Have these been accounted for something?
Not yet, and you know what? Just thinking about that, this is going to go from the receiver into the controller board. That's what it's going to likely do. But I don't know that for a fact yet. And then this is for the rest of the FPV options, I believe. So those are probably not going to be used in our application. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to get the other wing laid out. And I'm not sure the best approach to doing this, camera crew. I certainly didn't know it was going to be this involved when we started this. So I think what we might do is we might kind of wrap this one up. You get an idea of what you're looking at for this kit. So this is definitely not a beginner kit. I'm kind of curious to see how it goes together from here on out. But right now it looks like we've got all the components that are necessary. I'm sure we'll find a piece of heat shrink here or something like that there that's gonna, you know, require us to do a little bit of extra effort. But so far it all seems really high quality. Now I have to figure out, like, what is this one? Because that holds a servo. And I'm not sure why it holds a servo. It might be for one of the cameras. And then this goes on the other side, you know, over here, that goes into the wing, right?
Yep.
So if that goes into the wing, which way does that mount? I'm assuming that it's gonna mount. I'm assuming that it's gonna mount here. And we have to pass those wires through then. And then at some point we'll screw that in from the rear of the cabinet. I honestly don't know. Because if we look at the way that that will pass through, you see, I don't think that's right. I think that needs to go, you can stay on that side.
Okay.
I think this is gonna go here. And then it's gonna be like in this void here, right?
Oh.
See? Mm-hmm. But I'm just not sure. And then you just glue the whole thing. So you just get that screwed on there. Then I think you can just glue this whole surface once you get everything soldered. And the thing that's nice about that is like this unplugs for now, but then at some point it may not. Well, that's gonna be inside the fuse. But worst case scenario, if you need to pass it through, it does pass through. Even assembled, it should pass through. So like if I'm wrong about the way that's supposed to go together. Because then how does that mate up with the wing? See this? Yeah. See, there's no recess. So if there's no recess, then that means this is gonna reach out and this is gonna be in. So this is correct. Did that make sense? Okay. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of assembly that's gonna go into this. And you need to know how to solder. That's for 100% sure. If you don't know how to solder, this would probably be a place you could try to learn, but would be also equally terrible to learn to solder on this project because there's a lot of potential for danger and screw ups.
Yeah.
So maybe don't learn on this project, learn on another project, and then put that skill to work with something that'll fly and hurt you if you're not careful. Or if you're just kind of getting your feet wet, you could probably do it. Just depends on how ballsy you are. But yeah, so I think that's pretty much the gist of it, guys. You get the idea. It's all gonna go together. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as my camera crew thinks. It's just a lot of different soldering, but you only have to solder it once and it's done. So it may not be too bad. And then it doesn't look like, I don't see any power cord for the actual battery wire yet. So that's the only thing I've seen that is not included as of yet. And to be honest, I actually might, just because we've been using the Spectrum stuff, we may end up actually using a proper IC3 just because we can. And I understand this thing will use or receive a pretty big battery. So actually the box did say some different specs, so we might as well, let's show that real quick. The box was damaged enough, we didn't really show it.
Yeah.
So it shows the wingspan at 1255 millimeters. There's your wing area. Motor recommendation, 1400 kV.
Servo, need one reverse servo, 4 flaps. See that?
What? Well, it has. Okay, so I guess that's true. Yeah, that's right. Why would we need a reverse servo for the rudder? That's pretty dumb. Because the rudders go the same direction. Okay, so that one is definitely for the flaps.
Okay.
So that means this servo can get yanked out. Did we have another one with kind of a shorter wire? A single one? Doesn't really look like it.
No, they all seemed to be the same except for those two.
Okay, well, we'll just do that. Thank you for noticing that, camera crew. That was a good catch. Yes, to fix my technical issues.
Read the box.
Oh, that too.
I did ask earlier.
Yeah, but you're right though, because they're both in the same position. The reason that you want one that's reverse is that when they're positioned the same, the output's gonna be opposite. So I think really the next thing to do would be to really be sure about the way this goes together, because if you do it wrong, you're gonna be screwed. The trouble is for me that I'm struggling with is exactly what order do I want to do this in? because there's a real possibility of soldering yourself into a hole here. Okay, so let's, before we continue onward, these are nylon bolts, and then there's some magnets in there.
Oh.
So these are long, and then there's some that are short. I'm just gonna stick the long one in here and see if it's threaded. It does appear to be threaded. Okay, so how the heck are you gonna get those in?
But wait.
Oh, because there's an access cover. So these go in and they actually thread into this part here. There's a nut embedded in that wood. Okay. See this? Mm-hmm. So you're gonna run this in from outside, from the top. So once you slide the wing on, that's gonna actually bite it. Okay. And then there's 4 more longer ones, which must be some other thing. I don't know what they are though. But I'm gonna just go ahead and do this because I have to know for sure that I'm assembling it right. Otherwise I'm gonna be burned later.
Man, I thought I had learned kind of a lot about planes in the last 6 years.
Well,
I feel like I know nothing today.
No, there's a lot more that goes into this stuff that we don't do. Okay. I'm just gonna try to get this stuff laid out because there's no sense in not laying it out.
I do feel like it's all really nice
Yeah,
components.
it's surprising because usually, you know, I mean, Eachine's actually been one of the best. Eachine and XK have been really pretty good quality stuff, given that they're cheap and inexpensive stuff that comes from China. You know, that's typically doesn't carry a lot of clout. But like every connector has been really high quality. Every wire has been silicone, which is not always the case, by the way. Okay, so one more aileron. So we had a huge pile and now we have a small pile. I mean, it's legit. That one got labeled backward, it looks like.
Is that the reverse one?
No, the reverse one's right here, as you suggested.
Oh yeah, for flaps though.
Okay, so really my only ambiguity is, first of all, we need to figure out exactly how we're gonna manage the ESCs. So really that would be helpful to know, but I have to get the motor wires through, so we might as well do that now, because that's gotta happen. There's another motor mount plate, and I don't really understand why there's 2. That doesn't make sense to me at this point. If there's 2 motor mount plates, does that mean I'm supposed to be like mounting the motor and then like maybe gluing this in or something? I can't tell. It does look like that's a standoff of sorts, see? Because that just fits right up on top of that. So I think I'm gonna just sandwich this in here. And then I've got my cables kind of folded. See how they just pop up there? Okay. Pretty straightforward stuff. Then the motor is going to have bolts that feed through. Okay. Okay, just like that. There's 4 different points where everything's going to align, so that gets us pretty good alignment. So I would say yeah, and then look. I don't know if that'll fit there or if that's supposed to go there. I'm not sure. They only provided one of these, which I'm not sure about yet. So still more ambiguity. I don't like that. That's the worst part of this.
I'm going back to the box that I was reading.
I did find the nuts and bolts for this. What is presumably the nuts and bolts for it.
I'm wondering, there's like QR codes over here, if there would be more directions.
Not sure. I guess we could continue to stumble through it. Or we could try it on another phone. So I found the nuts, I believe, that are designed for the motor mounts. So I'm gonna just pour these out so you guys can see them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here's the motor mounts. And then these are the ball joints to be used later. Ball links. And the reason I think these are for the motors is because the size is too small. So those are for the ball links. Those are for the ball links. And then these are for the motors.
In the bag with the rubber bands.
Yeah, there's rubber bands in here.
Why are there rubber bands in there?
I don't know. Guess we're gonna find out about that later. Maybe that's a cable management thing. Okay. That's for the, I don't know what that's for. We already have control horns mounted for all these things, so I'm not sure what that's for. These motors might take these screws here, but again, I'm not sure about that. I want to see if these slide in. They don't look like they're the right type of thread. Nope, not at all. All right, guys, so we're back. Sorry, ran out of memory. 2mm drive here, hex drive. We're gonna get these motors mounted on here real quick. So the way this works is you're gonna use these screws, and you have to take this off first. We were kind of talking about this, and then by the way, I missed a bunch of stuff. You want to show them over there while I'm undoing these screws? All those pieces came out of the back half of the fuse while we were pulling stuff off the camera.
All these pieces? Oh.
Well, between there and the fuse toward me, those were all inside. So like the bottom half of themselves and all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we just kind of didn't realize it was there. So what I'm doing now is I'm undoing these screws here, okay? And then once I undo these screws, then we can actually get this plate pulled out, I think, maybe. Except that that's glued. Well, I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, because you see how this is supposed to go like this, right? But this bolt is the bolt that's supposed to actually bite to hold the motor on. I'm not sure if we actually need that intermediate step, because there's no threads that make it through.
Right.
But my issue is that how am I supposed to get the threads? How am I supposed to actually get the screws in on the bottom? I don't think that's really possible. You see? Because normally these screws, are you giving them a wide enough angle to see all this? They go in here. Right here. Okay. So there's typically 4 of them that would be mounted. Okay, so you would mount all 4. And then these screws would hold it. Then you would slide this up against the surface. Maybe there's another screw that mounts into that.
Yeah.
I bet that's what it is. I think that's what it is, guys. Because there's these ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If there's 8, then that would mount the motors. So I think that's what we have to do. That's the one thing about this kit so far that I would say is a little bit frustrating, is that there's a lot of guesswork in terms of what's going on. I mean, it's still high quality components, and I like that. I appreciate that. But I don't like guesswork. Guesswork is a waste of my time. And the camera crew's time. And your time. But since we aren't 100% certain, we did look online, we found some pictures, and that was somewhat helpful, but okay, so that goes in there. And we're gonna have to do 4 of these on the back side. And that came in the bag of these things. You may find that you'd rather use a little bit of Loctite on these to keep them nice and sturdy. Another way you can do that is you can put a little bit of CA on the threads. In my case, I've opted to do neither, because I don't think it's going to be a problem with the crushing of wood. That crushing wood is going to help to slow down the release of these. Okay. See what I'm talking about? It's going to crush into the wood. And that's going to almost act like a nylock. So once this first one's done, you'll notice we got the XBC 100 smart checker out, and we hooked up one of our Gen 2 packs so we could center the servos on these. And that's so that when we get ready to glue them all together, everything is intact. Because slowly but surely, we're crossing things off the list. Next thing you know, we'll have a plane that's actually functioning. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So everything is nice and tight. Now we can actually feed this through. And maybe what we'll do is we'll film like one half of the wing and then we'll just do the other one off camera. Not sure which direction we're gonna go with this. Okay, so you can see that this this fits in here, but you kind of have to work at it a little bit to get everything to line up. And I think what's going on is I'm hitting the bolts. Yep, I'm hitting the bolt heads. So this is actually going to sandwich the bolt heads so they won't be able to vibrate out easily. Now I'm not sure if this is the right one. Those seem pretty long to me actually. I wonder if we could get away with using these shorter ones. Let's try those first.
That was one of the black ones.
Yeah, can you count?
Well, pile.
Yeah, how many are there?
Middle, like middle size?
Like this size.
1, 2.
Yeah, they go in, for sure. The little ones are for the servos.
There's 8 of those black ones, plus the one that you have.
That one went in nicely though.
There's exactly 8 of the silver ones.
And then how many are these?
9 of the middle-sized black ones.
I have no idea if that's extra
Actually,
or what.
it might be a 10th one.
I just think if you think about those extra length, it's going to shoot through and cause a potential conflict.
Yeah, because those are quite a bit longer
Than what I'm working with here. And I'm trying to do this in such a way that the camera crew can film. If you film from behind, it's going to be really hard to see what's going on. See this? It's going in nicely. Okay. It's holding it on there good. There's 2 more screws. And of course, these are on loose right now.
And it doesn't matter which motor's going on which side, right? Because you can reverse them.
Because the nuts appear to be the same, I don't think it matters. If you had the threading one direction versus the other, because sometimes they come with a nut would be a different color typically if it's a reverse thread nut as opposed to a standard thread nut. Then what that does is that allows you to keep the blades tightening on. I don't care what direction they turn. I'll just figure it out. There's a correct way and an incorrect way, and I don't care which way. Does that answer your question, camera crew?
Sure.
There's a certain amount of torque that's induced as you throttle up if you put them both the same direction. That's the only thing I care about. So I'd like to avoid that. Because these are mounted pretty much straight on. Normally to help counter that, the motors will be mounted at a bit of an angle. Okay, so that's on there. That's pretty much where it's going to be. So now, since this is going to be controlled by a flight controller and everything, I am going to go ahead and take this prop off now that we've fought to work around it this whole time. For a variety of reasons, not the least of which is I don't want to get cut because I'm not 100% sure how this is all going to work when we're done. There we go. But I'm just going to put this back on. And that goes just fine. So then that'll be easy enough to throw back on later. Now we can start doing some soldering. But I think it might be wise to actually go ahead and get some of this stuff screwed together and then we can glue it down.
Okay.
Because then we know where things are going to be in a permanent way. These are Phillips. About 99.9% certain that these are the ones that go here because those silver ones, see, this is going to give us a nice bite into the plywood, backing. Oh yeah, that's a perfect bite. See, it is really nice when you have all the right size hardware. It does make it quite a bit easier to do this type of operation. If you're trying to do this and you've got the wrong size everything, it's a real pain in the neck. But I'll be honest, I haven't done something like this forever. Back when I was helping my grandpa, we would put together models together. And of course he's passed now. But he would, he'd build them out of balsa stick buildup, and then I would help him convert them to electronic. Okay, so this needs to be glued down at this point. That's what I'm gonna do next. So I have different choices. Foam to Foam is a Horizon product, and then mucilage is a Hobby King product. Sorry, we got interrupted. So this is mucilage. It comes from Hobby King. Okay, we have links to this. Foam to Foam, this comes from Horizon. This stuff doesn't dry quite as quick, and it's also a little bit more runny to begin with. So I actually prefer this if, you know, head to head. Problem is, you know, when you're ordering stuff from Horizon, you can save on shipping if you get that at the same time as buying another plane or something like that. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of this on here. This is contact cement, essentially. So I wanna glue the wood, but not necessarily the servo. I mean, you can try to glue the servo if you want, but that's not really what I'd recommend, because then you can service the servo, which is kind of cool. Okay, so now to make this stuff work properly, you'll peel it out, but I don't care. I'm just gonna put it in, it's fine. It'll be fine for this type of thing. Okay, same thing here. It's gonna be easier to put the control horns on now, but I'm gonna do it later just because I wanna start crossing things off the list. Okay, so I'm gluing the bottom and then a little bit on the side, on the bottom half of the servo, and just putting a little bit on there, and then I'm just slipping it down. That's all I'm doing, okay? If you wanna get real particular, you can clean up the extra, okay? But that will hold it. It'll be fine. This is just gonna start knocking things off the list, okay? Just a little bit of glue on the wire just to kind of keep it from popping out all the time, which is annoying. Okay, so that's got a little bit of glue on the wire. Now we've got this mounted, we got this mounted and this mounted, okay? So now the next step for us is gonna be to, I don't know if I wanna put the winglet on yet because that'll just probably be in the way. But we do need to get the servo. We have to figure out what we're doing on the ESC, which I'm not looking forward to. Because the ESC is the big ambiguous point. Okay, so now the other thing too is you see this? This clearly goes through here, okay? So we did that correct. But what's not so 100% clear is whether or not it's this or the longer ones. So you show them the longer ones there. Oh, the longer ones hold the tail section on. Show them. See, there's holes that go through.
Through here?
Yeah.
Oh.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna glue this on too. As long as we're dealing with mucilage.
Okay.
Might as well. And I think we have the connector on the correct side. This would be helpful to have the connector on the right side. I mean, it's not true that nothing that you do can not be undone, but you don't want to have to.
Varying degrees of difficulty to redo it.
Yeah, exactly. So I would encourage you to try to get it right the first time if you can. It's going to pay dividends because it'll be a pain if you have to redo everything. Some more rocket science on Brian Cole's car seat.
The attack crew is back. We let them in from outside because it's raining.
Are you giving them an update?
Yes. They're super cute attack crew. Okay, I'm gonna just move those servo wires up so they can't place them.
Oh, they were playing with my servo wires?
Yes.
Those little rascals. Okay, so we've got those wires passed through. Now this thing is glued. So that's pretty straightforward stuff. Now, at this point, you could take your XBC checker. You could actually check where the servo positions are too. Okay, so in order to do that, when you first plug it in, you plug it in and it comes up with just like your voltage, and you have to let it wake up. And then you can click and scroll down once. See, click and then scroll down. You can go to start, and that's in your test menu for the 1520 microseconds. Okay, so negative is toward the away side from our bellies. So plug it in, and then let's run on this. So it's centered. We want it to be centered, okay? That's obviously the aileron, and we know that, but we aren't 100% sure if this is the aileron or the flap plug. So we'll just make an assumption for now, and we can change that later if we need to. And then we're gonna do the same thing, negative away from us. So this time with a flap, it depends on which direction the control horn goes. I can definitely see it moving just for the sake of the camera. I'll throw this on so it's on the center. Maybe there's two different sizes. I'm not sure. It's not going on there very good.
Looks like there might be, but they're all the same size servo.
That's what I said too. There it goes. Okay. So in my opinion, this is the flap. So you're going to want it to kind of come down like this. So this needs to be kind of the neutral setting. So it'll be like this. Like that. And then that'll be all the way down. Okay. All the way up. All the way down.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll put it in the middle. So then this can be plugged in back where it was before. Okay, so we have a wing almost done, which is pretty cool. These screws are the screws that hold these down. So just for grins and giggles, I'm almost certain there's going to be adjustments involved. But let's see if they work. Oh wait, actually, you know what? There's short ones and there's long ones. You see that?
Yep.
That makes me question my black screw choice here. You know what the black screws are for? The black screws are for these things. They're not for the servos. The silver ones are for the servos.
So the short silver
The short ones are for the top, and the long ones are for the mounts. You see how there's a longer and then there's a short one? These short ones? That's a machine style.
There's not very many of those though.
There's only 6 of them to be exact. Okay, show the people. That goes in there, that machine style goes in here, okay? And then that keeps that control arm in there. Then these longer ones go into the servos.
Oh, okay.
Just like that. So they are a different size, and they are definitely not the ones that are used for here, because they are part of the servo bag.
So these black ones are going to go with those
I think they're going to go with the connectors, yeah. I mean, they're probably about the same size, so I don't think it's going to make a big difference. But remember, we only need screws on a few of these. Some of them are glued.
That's true. Okay. That makes sense then.
All right, so then there's one in here too, so that helps our count. Okay, so that one needs to come out. Just sit out of the way. And then since this is an aileron, it's going to go on here. So if you guys are building this plane and you're following along just to see if I do something different than you, chances are I probably won't. Because this kit is, I mean, it's well thought out and everything, but it's still a lot of steps. If I would have realized how many steps it was, I would have probably not done this. I would have picked something else. A lot of you guys don't really mind that, but we have a really hard time with these projects when they're so long. My soldering iron needs to be cleaned. Yeah, that's fun. Nice.
Quite
stinky.
the little tray there over there you got going on.
It is nice. It looks like you know, I borrowed it from the homeless guy down the street. Does that seem about right?
I don't know. I think his is probably more organized.
It might be a little nicer too. Okay, so we've got this. Now we don't have any heat shrink over this, but I don't really care because like I just don't care. So if you look at this, there's actually a contact point on the top and the bottom. So you can actually build this either direction. I don't know if there's a right way or wrong way. I just know that I'd like it to reach out here if it can. So that's about where it's gonna reach anyway. I would like to actually get this off of the foam a little bit. So I'm gonna use these pieces that are actually designed to hold up the cameras. Since we're making progress, we might as well just keep making progress, right?
Sounds good.
Camera crew's super excited for this project.
Yeah.
All right, so in order to do this, I'm gonna clean the tip, and then I'm gonna get flux. I'm gonna get this a little bit, I'm gonna tin it again so it's fresh. And tin that, tin this. I'm gonna tin each of these connectors. Okay, and then it should be pretty easy to mount those. It's gonna be probably a little bit toasty, but I'm just gonna hold it from the side. It'll be easier to do. Okay, I got one. My tip is getting really hot. It's kind of awkward, especially on camera. There we go. Okay. And then number 3. And you're like, but Brian, how do you know which one's which? I don't. Let's guess and check. So, when that thing runs for the first time, if it runs the wrong way, then we'll either reprogram the ESC or we'll actually just switch 2 of these 3 wires. And the direction of motor rotation will switch. Okay? Do you have any questions, camera crew?
I have lots of questions.
So now that we have that done, I think it's time to, you know what? I just want to have the winglet on this thing. So let's do that, because I'm curious to see what it's going to look like, for one thing. I know it's kind of stupid to do this right now, but whatever. I don't care. Caution to the wind.
I think we're maybe past that point.
Okay, a little bit of glue. A little bit of glue. A little bit of glue. Okay, we're going to let this sit for a minute, but I have to spread it with a Q-tip. So I just want to get that contact area really nice and coated. And you don't want to overspread this stuff. You just want to get it spread to where it needs to be and then kind of leave it to sit in the air for a few seconds. Definitely not right. Definitely not right. Okay, so that's going to go like that. So same thing here. A little bit thicker bead there. So for those of you guys who aren't familiar with our channel, we build stuff and then we fly it. Sometimes we don't have to do as much assembly, and we actually really appreciate that. We're not necessarily totally against assembly, but it just doesn't film well. And a lot of you guys insist on us continuing to film stuff, and a lot of you hate it. So since we can't make everybody happy, we just kind of film it. We err on the side of everybody wants to see it, and then the people that don't want to see it can just like skip those portions of the videos. So we appreciate you understanding, even though we'll still get comments about it. Okay, so now we just leave that for a minute. And then of course, we have more soldering to do. So we'll bring all of our goodies back down here. Could build the tail section, but I think right now what we need to do is just try to get this one wing done. Okay. And then we can just feel really good about ourselves.
Sure.
These are the things my wife lives for. The camera crew. Our little destroyers are on the couch over there trying to sharpen their claws or whatever they're doing. Okay, so the next step is to figure out how we're gonna mount this, except I need to get wiring set up, okay? So this is not ambidextrous, okay? You'll note there is a forward mark on the drawing. Okay, so this would be the left wing. I have it upside down, so it's on the left side still, but it's the left wing. And the left side, top and the front. So it looks like the pins go toward the front. The little keys go toward the front on either wing, okay? So that means if they're going toward the front, it needs to go like this. Correct?
Little keys, yes. Then where are the little keys on the actual thing?
Right here.
Yep. Okay, I see that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so when we insert this in here and we tighten the 2 screws that hold that, or the 4 screws that hold that, that's gonna allow us a really, really hard time to actually solder in there. Okay, so we need to connect this to this with some power wire. Okay. So this is the next time where we get to kind of decide how we're gonna do things. And we can either cut this and then strip it back, but that's still not gonna give us much length. It's gonna be really short. So I think what we need to do is we'll go ahead and get strippers and cut a new section. We can give ourselves just a few inches of extra slack. Will make it so much easier.
Because even if that was enough for the one side, you need it on the other side too, right?
I don't understand your question.
You have an ESC and a motor on the other side too, right?
That one's got its own wire.
Oh, okay.
We also need wire that goes to a power cable too. And so at some point that's gonna have to get added as well. So I'm digging deep into the belly of the beast. Lots of different plugs and wires and things. And I'm just looking for probably 16 gauge wire. Like 16 gauge wire right here, okay? And that's what we'll use to get us from here to there. See, that's bigger. That's like 12 gauge. If this is 16 gauge, that's what I want, because it's real small gauge wire. Or I mean, it's whatever size. This is even smaller, but I don't want to go any bigger than I have to get the job done, because it just adds weight. And there's not really an appreciable difference, because if you're already going through this line, it's not going to make a big difference. The bottleneck is already there, right?
Right.
Okay. So we got the red, we've got the black. Let's just check and see what this says. This says 16 AUG American wire gauge. Okay, there's one. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this little length of wire here. So this is gonna be what we get here. We just expose a little teeny bit of it like this. Makes it really easy. And then I usually kind of take a dip of flux, because then that helps the wire to receive the solder. Okay. And we have to solder on both sides. This is labeled plus and this is labeled minus here, plus and minus. But it's going to be easier to possibly solder these small ones. It says current signal ground. See, sig ground, and then it says plus 5 volts and ground. I don't know what that is going to do for us. I think that's just another place to tap power. So I think for now, we'll just go ahead and get this through. And then we know this goes forward. And so if you want to show over there real quick, this is the left side,
Left
right?
side.
So pin number 9 is what? Pin number 9 is plus battery, okay? So plus battery is at the front. So this can go here. That's where that's gonna go, okay? And I don't wanna get myself in a situation where it's really, really difficult to do this. So I'm just gonna try my best to not do that. So I'm gonna put things where they're comfortable to work for me. And then my camera crew is going to struggle to get herself in a position where she can see.
I'm zoomed to try and stay out
Okay.
of your way, but hopefully they can see.
Then you want to heat the surface by getting a little bit of solder between your tip and the work, and then let it flow in, let it pull it into the work. Okay. You don't want to overheat the connector, so you may have to take a couple of breaks. There's a lot of flux in there right now. What's flux, Megan? Camera crew?
I have no idea.
See, I'm heating that plastic so it's wanting to melt. So that was probably a little bit too hot. So hopefully we can do better on the next side, and hopefully that didn't ruin it. Because you'll see what'll happen is eventually that pin will come out of alignment. So there is a trick that you can use, and this is not always a great trick, but sometimes it's a good trick, and that is to use this by hooking it up, and then you can dissipate the heat by having it hooked up, plus that keeps the alignment correct. Okay. So now the next thing we're going to do is take this black wire and we're going to do the exact same thing. Just pass that through. Set this on its end this time. It's I'm using this to just kind of weight it down. So I'm hanging on to the connector, and that just kind of keeps it from tipping, really, that's all. Okay, I don't even have to have that wire fed through. I don't know why I insist on doing that, but. Get the tip nice and clean. That flux when it's running is kind of nice because you can get it to flow into these tight spots. See, I'm just melting the flux.
Okay, so what's the flux?
It cleans everything.
Oh.
Helps everything to flow. It's a chemical, obviously.
Right.
This is flux core solder, or a rosin core is what they call that. So you can see what the percentages are here. It's Kester. So it's like 60% silver and then 40% lead. So it's leaded solder. Leaded solder works. Silver solder's kind of garbagey. If it doesn't kill you, it's generally not very good at what it does. Okay, so that's soldered. So now we can pass that through. Okay, so now these need to get landed, but the first thing we should probably do before we land those is figure out what we need to land for connections. Okay? The catch just pulled that out. Okay, so we've got a wire here, just a short little run of wire. Just dipping it in the flux. Okay, I'm gonna clean the tip of my soldering iron because it's been sitting here waiting around forever. I'm gonna take this and let's verify we're on the front is here. So number 2 is throttle. So this is throttle signal. Okay, so we'll put a little bit of tin in there. Okay, this will stick right away, but not the prettiest job of soldering, I can tell you that. And then I don't have any heat shrink on there either, mostly because I don't care. Then, okay, so here's the thing. Those are about the same length as my power leads, but I'm still not 100% certain if I'm gonna need to have the ground or not. So I'm just pulling this wire down so it pulls some of that extra sheath down. Okay. Now this other side is gonna be the ground side. So I basically just sacrificially cut up a servo lead that was broken. One of the connectors was broken, so I said, okay, well that'll work. I can separate those off. Give me a little bit of length to work with. I don't think I need this because it should be redundant to the motor power lead. So So this is probably a waste of time, but we'll find out here shortly. So maybe on this first one, we can just solder it on the bottom. This is pin number 7. If you look at the diagram, it's in the center. So that makes it pretty easy to locate. Just putting a little bit of solder on the pin this time makes it a little easier. Okay. So now that'll be our ground. So we're gonna have signal, ground, and then 5 volts. Is there 5 volts somewhere on here? Yep, 5 volts is pin number 4. So pin number 4 is already landed. Is there another place on 8? Those are auxiliary. So really, I'm not sure how we're going to do that, if we're going to pull power from somewhere else, because the BEC is what's providing power to run this, typically. But in this case, the electronic speed control's already powered. So I don't know how we're going to do this, if we're going to have to steal power from somewhere else later or what. I guess for now, we're just going to put it in, and then we can have it mounted, and then make adjustments later, because we can unscrew it still and get to it. We'll get the first one running.
Okay.
Yeah, so now we have to go ahead and solder these onto the electronic speed control. For those of you that don't typically see us doing this, that's everybody. If you're into doing this and you want to see more of it, sorry. We usually just do bind and flies and plug-in flies. It is kind of the more time-consuming style we do. We might do an ARF here and there, but if it's an ARF, it better be a pretty amazing ARF. Mm-hmm. So I guess we'll find out how amazing this is. I'm usually kind of reluctant to get like glue out.
Yeah, the soldering iron is a big commitment.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really that hard or anything. Okay, now those pins need to go forward.
Yes.
Like this. Okay, so I think now is a good time to just go ahead and get some screws in there.
Yeah.
So we don't have that get mounted backward, because that would be, I mean, it's not going to really, it's just the wing wouldn't go on, and we'd be like, what's going on here? This is weird. Okay, so let's see if that lines up. Well, it's going in nicely. Okay. How's the sun doing there, camera crew? Do we need to move that box so that it blocks the insane glare?
We might need to. It's not too bad right now, but it's gonna get.
If you just slide it over 8 inches, it'll be a huge help for me. More. There you go. It was blinding me.
Oh, that's better.
It's a lot
Okay.
better. Okay, so we got 2. There's 3. And then the 4th is right here. So as you guys can see, this is a pretty time-consuming process. We're not even going to show the whole thing, and it's already time-consuming. Mm-hmm. So if you're thinking about getting this, it's kind of a fun project to do when you're not filming. Filming kind of changes the way that things, like it just changes the dynamics of doing a project like this, just because you've got people tied up doing it. Okay, so that's going to get soldered there. Okay. So might as well, not like a magical order that this needs to go in. I'm going to actually go ahead and get a little bit of solder on that pad there. It's not especially great to have that black stuff build up on there. It's kind of nasty. Okay. My little stabbers are kind of stabbing me once in a while. I use these things to pick up a little bit of flux and move it onto my workpiece like that. That gets you a nice penetration in your solder. Okay, I think it's pretty toasty right now. Okay. I do think it's interesting that the ground is right next to the power on this. That's strange to me. Seems like kind of a unusual way to lay out the circuit, yeah. Okay, so this one here, kind of the same thing. Grab a little bit of flux. Heat up the wire and get it in there a little bit. Okay. Get a little bit of solder on this. Bearing in mind that that's a circuit board, so you don't want to get it too hot. You might melt some of the other surface mount chips, so they break off. Okay. If you guys are not confident at soldering, this would be a terrible model to choose. So choose something different. FPV in general is just kind of, there's a lot of these steps that you have to do to kind of set up your FPV gear. If you want to do it yourself, you can buy stuff that's ready to go, but it's a lot more uncommon and it's expensive. So if you, even this sort of thing it adds up pretty quick. That flux is slick, so I'm having trouble hanging on to stuff. Gotta clean the flux off. Okay. But yeah, so that's soldered okay. Yeah, that's real strong. So we're good there. Then we've got, this one was our signal, right? And I hate how much is exposed on that copper. That's not ideal. I'm gonna redo that a little bit. I have to clean my tip. You see, it's just getting so dark because it's on for so long. That's what I keep going back to the flux for. Okay, so on this, I'm gonna fold this tip over like that. Give myself a little bit more contact area. So it's like that. I'm gonna fold this so where I can get in there, make the angle. Let it cool. Okay, then that's strong. Okay, so now this wire is not even tinned yet, which is good, because it'll be easy to slide into this board. You don't have to slide it through, but I'm gonna try that. Okay, so if you slide it through, the advantage is you can pull on the wire a little bit and get a 90-degree bend. And then from the backside, you can solder it, have a nice sturdy connection. Not have to work quite as hard. Got to get a little weight on it just to hold it down. Okay. Okay, so that's done. And then the other side is the ground, which is under here, right there. So I'm just trying to decide how to handle that. There's a couple of different points where you can land that. I'd like it to land from the top still, so that it can feed through just the same way. There's actually 2 ground points. I do not want a little extra wire shooting through and shorting out the positive. That'd be an unfortunate thing. See that? Pulled it at a 90 just like I talked about. Same thing here. Got the tail coming through, makes it really easy to hold on to. Now, like I said, all I have to do is hold this down. Okay. So it just goes in a straight line like that. Sorry, camera crew. Okay, so that's connected. Because normally there's signal, ground, and plus voltage, like from the BEC. Mm-hmm. But in this case, this probably does the BEC, the battery eliminator circuit, on this multi-purpose brick. Because it says 5 volts on here. So 5 volts is going out. The way that that would be accomplished on this one would be you would have to steal 5 volts from one of these guys, which means I'd have to like slip this down and tap there or get it over here, but there's nowhere for me to land it. See? Pin 4 is already plugged in. Okay. So if I was going to do that, it kind of limits my choices if I want to do it nicely, because they did a really nice job on these cables. I sort of hate to tear into them.
Are you saying you might not need to do that?
Yeah, it's not totally impossible, but I don't know for a fact. So I guess I'm just going to go with, I don't know yet.
Okay.
So, all right, the next step, I suppose at this point would be to go ahead and get these soldered. We can cut those to length. So I'm taking off about 1 inch on each of those. Nice that they give us extra like that. See how many steps we've done so far?
Yeah, we're only on step like 7,092.
That's right.
Only 27,000 more to go.
I'm just going to push this back down in here a little bit, the winglet. We almost have this wing like done though.
You keep saying.
Almost. Almost, and it could be wrong.
Yeah.
But it's further by 47 steps or whatever we've done. Why don't I just put these screws in here? Because it's going to make sense to get those done at some point, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Might as well do it before it's attached to 75 different items. That's okay. See, it sticks out the end here, so I just think that's a little weird, but that's not the way it goes. It needs to go this way, Brian.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah,
can you
duh.
go that way?
Yeah, that was a major stupid move. Duh. What was I thinking? Picking this plane.
Yeah. I also don't know that either.
Whoops. So for those of you guys that need to watch a tutorial on how to build this plane, there's still a lot of steps left that could be a little bit more advanced, and I'm just not sure if that's all going to fall in this video or not. But we try to do assembly videos so that people can follow along if they're just new to the hobby. That's one of the things we've been trying to do, is to try to get people up to speed, because there's a pretty steep learning curve here. I'm noticing that I'm going to be short by at least 2, which tells me that I either did something wrong or they shorted us, and I don't think they shorted us. They haven't shorted us on anything yet.
Yeah, because I don't see any more of those short ones.
Okay, well, we'll have to circle back to that one.
Okay.
So I don't know which one's which here. I don't know if it really matters at this point, which one's which. So I'm just gonna pretend like it doesn't matter, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and put this here just so it's easier. So it's kind of held. And then I can do this, okay? You need to give me room for my elbow there, camera crew.
Okay, I'll try and zoom instead.
Okay, so now we're gonna get a little bit of flux on here. And a little bit of flux on the wire, and a little bit of flux on the other side, because there's no sense in doing just the one side at a time, you know. That's a lot. It's like probably more than I need. Funny thing is, it'll probably stick together anyway. Nope, not quite enough. Okay, so now I'm gonna solder this on top of the metal just so it doesn't drip on my countertop.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Let it cool for a few seconds. Usually you can see it go from like really shiny to like a more of a dull, and then you know for sure you're good. I'm actually just kind of patting the wires down on this one because they're kind of out of alignment. There we go, now it's aligned. See all the black stuff that comes off? Mm-hmm. That's not good. Mm. You don't want that in your solder joint. Like all that black stuff on there, that's soot. It's just like impurities that collect on here.
Oh.
It still looks like crap. It looks slightly less like crap though. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like watching you solder.
Why?
Because it's super tedious and perfectionist, and it's teeny tiny, and it would drive me nuts. And you do it like it's like just a thing, like you don't even think about it. I don't know.
Well, that's good.
It would drive me crazy to do something that teeny and tiny.
Okay, so we clean this off, and then just kind of get that excess flux off of there, because that can kind of screw things up a little bit too. Best thing to do would be to use alcohol, but again, I don't care, so I'm not going to do that. But anyway, so this is somehow I managed to not quite cut them the length I should have. But that's okay, that's fine, because this is the assembly. Now, normally you would get an assembly like this from the manufacturer, but evidently on this one, they thought that we would love
You really wanted to do it.
to solder this. Mm-hmm. So they were wrong, just to be totally clear.
They also could have provided directions.
Yeah, directions are overrated. You've seen directions from China. They're usually kind of hilarious.
I know, but at least it would have given me something to do.
Yeah, like
while I was waiting.
read the funny jokes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, so I know I said we were going to just do that one side wing, but I think I'm trying to get this one soldered so that at least the board is done. I don't know where these other two screws are. That's really disappointing.
What if you did opposites and then took the two out of the other side? I mean, I know you're not okay with that, but...
What do you mean?
Because you're gonna need 2 more screws still, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna leave one without anyway.
So if you took 2 out of that one and just had opposite corners, then you could put
Oh,
2
you're saying-
in this one. Yeah. I mean,
Oh, because we're totally out.
yes.
Ouch.
Yes.
That's true. You know what? If I did opposites, then that would be sufficient because really it's not holding the plane together.
Right.
It's just holding
The connector.
the connector to the
board.
piece of wood.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna do this one here. Now, these things are gonna get soldered in here at some point. So, like right here,
Oh.
then right here,
You've just soldered.
then where's the black
It's
one?
right there in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, it scared me. Yeah, so that way you can hook up your devices. Okay, so you see how that works? Then here's a trick of the day, guys. Since we have to solder all this anyway, we might as well go ahead and get things plugged in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this as a heat sink. You're not going to be able to do every pin because there's oh, look at that one slipped through, but that's okay. That's why we do this, because then I can take this and I can push it back. See how that one protruded through? Now I push that back. Okay, that's going to hold everything in one position, because if you misalign these, you'll never ever get your wires plugged in, and it will be so annoying. I'm going to skip one like that. All I'm doing here is just basically making something to hold everything together. And it's also going to sink the heat. So okay. So there's that. And then here in a little bit, we'll go ahead and solder the other power wires. All right, so the biggest thing here is I want to keep a little bit of down pressure so that everything the pins stay penetrating upward. So I'm just using whatever's lying around because I'm lazy and I don't want to go get like anything properly. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and take some flux. We'll put some flux into this general vicinity. We'll actually lift up the whole board a little bit and then slather it like that. I know, it's gross. Okay, so we've got the
That seems excessive.
it kind of is, but I'm having trouble getting it in one spot. So
okay.
I'm gonna actually have to pull this out, unfortunately. So then I can just like slather it cleanly so it's a little bit more regularity there. There you go. Now that's pretty even. Now I can take this and you can see most of the pins are pretty even. Okay, and we just want the negative to be on the bottom because there's a negative, and then the signal on the top, so that'd be white. Okay, so just do that. Okay, so now the fun part. Now we get to solder that whole big giant glob of globbiness.
Can it just be one big glob? Or does it have to be like each individual little dot? Is that a really dumb question?
Yes.
Yes was the answer, or yes, it was a dumb question.
I'm gonna let you figure that one out. It was not one of your finest hours, Camp Crew.
What?
No,
Why?
they have to be separate. They're all different pins. That's why they're separate pins.
But how do you
How do you do that?
do that? That's why I'm asking.
That's why you get flux out there nice.
Oh, goodness gracious. See, this is why I don't do that. And also why I don't decorate cakes. That's what this reminds me of in my world.
Do you burn yourself when you're decorating cakes?
Nope.
Okay. Do you put lead off when you're decorating cakes?
I hope not.
I was just gonna say that's gonna be some deadly cake. Okay, the middle is gonna be a pain in the woohoo. I don't want to overheat the board. Oh, see the bridge? That's what this solder wick is for. Desoldering braid. See how it pulled it out?
Oh, okay.
Because yes, camera crew, to answer your question, they need to be individually attached.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like one wire for each of those little things.
So that was my next question. What happens if it? What happens if you screw up?
Everybody dies.
Oh.
It's no big deal though.
Don't have the video at least.
That's why people do this as a hobby. Because it's so dangerous. That's what most people think. No, it's just, you know, it just doesn't work. Things catch on fire, houses burn down, things like that. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward stuff.
Got it.
Got a little heavy duty on that last one there. That one there looks like crap. It's like way fat and round. Usually like them that way, but I shouldn't have been holding that so close. I didn't get burned, but it scared me because it reminded me it was warm. Okay, so you see that? How it's not wanting to melt now for me? It's because my tip's getting dirty. See, now it cleaned up the edge. So it looks like a nice little triangle. See that? Triangle, 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 triangle. These ones were better. Okay. So, I mean, it's not amazing, but it's okay. It'll work.
Yeah, mine would have just been one big blob.
It would have been fun to watch.
And then, well, I was going to sort of throw it away, but I probably would have done that a long time ago.
Okay, so now that we've got that done, sort of, I got to try to get this flux out. That's a lot of flux. It's a lot of flux and flux. Okay, so once we get the flux out, then we can go around back and do... We do have to kind of make sure we don't have a bridging here on here at this spot, because it looks pretty close to having some bridging. I'm talking about this point right here. It's really kind of hard to tell, actually. So I'm gonna get one of these like super duper dinky tips, 7.7 millimeters. And just scrape. Yeah, see, now it's clean. See that?
Oh, yep.
There's just a little bit of black schmutz in there. All right, so that's good. So now we can flip this over. These are not gonna stay there. They can just be unplugged whenever now. See why we plug them in now?
That was super smart.
So we just put that there. And then those are ready to receive the adapters when needed. Okay, so now I have to take this and do exactly the same thing that we did to the other side, which is to terminate the ends. Now, there's probably maybe a little bit better order to doing this, but I don't know what it is. So this is what you get.
This is our order.
This is the order that it was like, oh, well, I kind of tripped over this thing getting to the next thing, so that's what you get.
This is the Brian's brain order.
I don't know that I like having that directly on the surface like that, so I'm going to just slide a piece of balsa or plywood or whatever this is under here, because then I won't burn the countertop. But see how it's lifting? So I have to actually lift the wire a little bit so it keeps it flat.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to try this again. And this should be pretty easy stuff. We're getting pretty proficient now with all this junk. Okay, so oh, dang it. Got right up in the flux. Clean tip. Okay, so you see how it's kind of at a weird angle?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. Let it cool. Then it starts changing color a little bit and you're set. I don't know if you can see the color change, can you?
I don't know if you can see it on camera or not. I think you can. I can see it just like watching
Oh, okay.
about the edge.
Good.
Okay.
So I'm using that just to hold the wire so it sticks down a little bit. I don't like that. I'm using another wire or another thingamabobber doohickey. There we go. Not quite there yet. Ooh, drippy, drip, drip, drip. I guess just a little bit excessive there. Come on, buddy. You can do it. You can get it, Wick. Okay. One little drip, one little ball. All right, so now, now we can go in here and take our flux wiper and clean up the flux.
Technical term.
Yes, the flux wiper.
When do I get to start making flux capacitor jokes?
You can make them whenever you
Is
want.
that what you put in the flux capacitor?
I think a flux capacitor's kind of a made-up thing, but I mean, capacitors are real.
Yes.
Flux capacitor is just from Back
Not
to
so
the
much.
Future. Okay, so we have both of these things set opposite holes. So on these things, I was gonna say the only thing that might be wise is I'm wondering if we need to mark this so that it says forward.
And did we check that one on that side?
What do you mean? Check it.
That
on
we
that side.
were, the front side is to the front?
Well, you can do either way because this is the same. This is ambidextrous.
Oh, okay.
So what I was gonna say is we would just mark it with an arrow.
Okay.
The pins, the keys go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Want me to grab you a Sharpie?
Um,
Nah. We don't care that much.
that's a lot of work.
It's a long ways away.
That's take you like 10 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Let's do that. Okay, so we got a marker so we can just basically mark this front. I'm just gonna write front. And you can tell from where these little keys are. Same thing there.
And then do you care which the top is now or not right now?
Actually, it does matter because one of them is left and one of them is right. But does that matter? No, because they're ambidextrous. As long as the front is the front, it doesn't matter. Because like, look,
Right.
if these connectors are laid out the same and they're both going forward, except they're not though. What? Look. See, these are both on the, like this side. So the top and the front on the right side. So this would be the right side, right? Front,
I think so.
right side. Okay, so if that's the right side, wait, but I drew my drawing backward, didn't I? Because this would be left. Because Because I was thinking the top needs to be marked too. If this is the right, then that means this is the top. Right? Because this is the plane, the right wing is here. The front is here. So that's top.
The plane's flipped over. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, something like that. I don't know what direction the board goes. Does it matter? It says the left and right side ailerons, throttle, flap signal are parallel. Yes. DC input 2 through approximately 8 S LiPo, max 100 amps. BEC output 5 volts at 3 amps. Okay. So this one's forward, front. So the top 3 pins are these numbered? Not real easy to see if they are. Yeah, they're not. See, the problem is I don't know what the top is. The top has a name on it, but I don't know if that's just a guess.
If that's the actual
If
top.
that's actually the top. So if this is the front on the left side, yeah, it's the way the letters are. Okay. So I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out if it all works backward.
So.
All right, so now the plane is pointing at me in the belly.
Yes.
Because my left hand is next to its right wing. Which means that the power wires are coming out the wrong side of this board. And I don't know if this is spatially aware, this thing, because I'm not 100% sure what happens on this.
If the plane is pointing at you, is it right side up or upside down?
The nose would be coming toward me. The tail would be up. Horizontal stabilizers. This is the left wing, excuse me, the right wing, and then the left wing.
Yes, correct.
That's the way I'm visualizing all of this.
Okay.
So top, front, right wing, yep. Yeah, this one has to be twisted.
Yes. Okay. I agree.
Or twisted, like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we got a system. We have a system. So I don't know if it's right, but we have a
It's
system.
not really a very good one.
So now at this point, we need to get power into this board. And so I don't know if it'd make better sense to just, I don't know if I've got a connector I could use already that's already built. I think we're gonna have to build a wire. So let's look inside the fuse for a minute. The fuse is pretty big. You're gonna come around here for this one. So I'm assuming that that board is gonna have to mount up here in the top. So remember with the, the nose of the plane is at my belly.
Yep.
So this is gonna go something like this, okay? Wherever that ends up is, you have to be determined exactly. But then this is top and front. But see, that doesn't make sense. This is the left side. Nope, that's the right side. This is the plane's left side.
Yes.
So how does that work out? Oh, there we go. Yeah, but that's not the front then.
Right.
Oh
my.
Now I'm confused. Sorry, I think I'm overthinking this big time. Because this has to be, well, how is that even possible? I'm going to think about this and come back. So in closely studying the diagram, these are opposite one another viewed from the top, so that the pins always point toward the front of the aircraft. I don't think this label's right though, so I'm going to actually scribble that out now. I was concerned about that pretty big time because I said, how is that possible? I didn't even build that connector.
Right.
So, I mean, it's one thing if you built it and you made a mistake yourself, but the manufacturer wouldn't typically do that. So I'm going to slide this in here just so you guys can kind of see what it's going to look like. So that's going up against foam, okay? So that's gonna get glued in there, right? Or is that? I guess, yeah, that's gonna get glued in there. That's gonna be a real pain. I hope we never have to get that out again.
Me too.
That's gonna suck. But anyway, as you can see, there's plenty of loop and comfortable room inside of there. See, the top and the left go like this. And you have the white, black, and white. And then over here, you've got the pins going forward. And you have the blue, green, black, orange, or black, yellow. So you can tell they're laid out opposite one another, okay? That's something I was concerned about because it didn't seem right when I first started. It still doesn't seem right to me now, but it seems less wrong than it did. So now we could potentially like put this in, but I'm sort of reluctant to do that. The other thing too is that would really be bad if like that's the way it's supposed to go, wouldn't it?
But when you tried it that way.
Which wing do we have done? Is this the wing that we have done?
The left, I think. So
Yeah, this one's like mostly done. So we can actually try this dry fit it. Okay, so we'll just slide that on. That is one long carbon fiber spark. Good lordy lord.
Yeah, it is.
That's gonna go forever. And I just gotta make sure I don't hit my cable and damage it. Thank you. So we get that most of the way there. And I believe the way that this goes is this is gonna be on the inside here, okay? Like that. And then as this wing comes into contact, keep coming in there. Except
Did you put that in there the right way? Because it fell out. The one that's in your left hand.
Yeah, I put it in wrong. Thank you. Good catch. Okay, so that's in there. And there you go. So now that's plugged in. And that feels like I have good purchase.
Okay. That seemed...
Because yeah, if you had that on the outside, there's no way you would fit.
It wouldn't fit.
Yeah, you would never ever get it in. Then you take one of these long screws or short screws. I think the short screws. These are called thumb nuts because they have traction points here. And then you reach in like this. Not convinced that's the right length. We might need the longer ones. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna need the longer ones. Okay, so we got the longer ones. That's super long. Jeez.
Oh, I mean...
It's gotta get way back there. There it goes. Okay. There you go.
So do you glue that wing too, or is it just...
No, it's just, that's what holds it together.
Huh.
That's, yeah, the thumb nut holds it.
So it would actually come apart fairly easily once you have it assembled.
Yeah,
Like the
provided,
transport.
if you do it right.
Right.
If you do it right, it will.
You'd get all of the 14,000 steps correct.
Just do all those steps exactly like we did in the video without all the confusion.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm gonna do something kind of, I think smart, but I don't necessarily know if everybody's gonna agree with me. I'm gonna glue my connectors in because now that I know how things go on this side especially, then I can go ahead and get that done. So I'm gonna get some mucilage on there. Mucilage, of course, will well, of course, now I'm gonna immediately have a problem. That's typical. Oh, look at the sunset quick.
I know, I was trying to show them over your shoulder, but it's never as good on camera.
So
It's
beautiful.
super pinky and it looked like it was gonna storm, but it all went to the north of us.
Well, it did rain.
It rained for just a few minutes.
We needed it bad. So
We
that's
need
great.
more rain. And now the cats have all settled into their... Here's a pile of cats. And then here's the other pile. This is their favorite spot in our cat tree. There are 4 cats in there. 1, 2. This guy's going over the top of everybody, and 4. So all 8 of our kittens are sleeping in 2 piles. That pile
On.
and this pile. Yes.
We have camera footage things to film.
What?
I know that it's going in the right orientation now. So I'm sliding it in. Okay, so that should hypothetically hold that in place. And now that that's held in place, I'm gonna connect it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna let everything hold together like this while it sets up, okay? Because that's why I wanted to get all that stuff soldered together.
Right.
Now it's possible that we're gonna have to solder on the wing again, but that's fine. We'll just have to deal with it then. Also, this piece here where it's bent, we're gonna have to try to relax that or overbend it. I'm gonna try overbending it first. Sometimes you just gotta hold them for a while, and they usually don't. They usually won't do that. They won't go back. So if that's the case, then you have to heat it up with hot water or steam or something like that. Okay, so now this can be, we know that that's gonna go here, like that.
So you're gonna glue that one now?
I don't know. I mean, it's already in there, so I guess it's where it's gonna be. But we might need to be able to get at stuff for testing. It probably would have been smart to test all this crap first. But I guess we're going for the not smart.
I'll live
mode
dangerously.
Today. Yeah. I don't know. I just want to glue it and get it done.
Okay.
So let's just glue it. So just going real heavy on the mucilage. Okay. Getting that little bit of schmutz off of there. If you do get a little teeny bit on there, just use the clean side of your Q-tip. If that doesn't work, then you can use the wet side of your Q-tip from the last gluing, and it'll peel it right off. See how it's all coming off of there perfect? Like literally 100% of it is gone. That's what you want to do. Okay, so I don't know which way that's supposed to sit, so I know that this is supposed to be forward, so I'm just going to go with it. Okay. I'm going to get that in there forward like this. Okay, so now I'm actually going to set this down kind of at an angle so that that connector, since it has nothing holding it, it'll just lay down with gravity. And then let's start gluing up this other side here now that we've kind of got things established. It's like, you know, you start with 2,000 pieces and, you know, eventually, you know, pretty soon you realize you're down to like 1,500.
Are you showing this whole side?
Are we going to show this whole side? No, I don't think so. I think we'll pause and we'll come back when this side's done. All right, so we have both wings assembled. Everything is glued together, including the connectors. And we think we have the soldering done, but we're not 100% sure that that's right yet. And we won't be able to test that until we do the next step. Okay, so we have this board in here. Okay, so we're gonna use some slightly bigger wire. We were using 16 gauge wire going out to the ESCs, and this is 12 gauge wire. So we have to make a battery lead that's gonna come out of here and then go down to the bottom, okay? And I'm not sure exactly where things are gonna end up. It just, you know, I just don't know. So I'm just gonna err on the safe side and make it about this long, which is a long cable. And I hate to waste that much cable, but I guess it is what it is.
It's too short. Doesn't do anybody good.
Yeah, it needs to make it there. It needs to make it there, and it needs to be big enough so that it can supply 2 different ESCs. Because remember, 2 different ESCs are running off of the same wire. So that's part of the reason why you gotta be a little bit cautious on this. So, just like before, we basically have to strip back a little bit of this to make room. This is gonna be a little bit more complicated procedure here because this is now soldered into the machine, into the plane. And I can't really feed it down and work on it very good. So it's gonna have to be probably on top of here. That's gonna be the easiest way to get it to where I can work on it. So I don't know if I'm gonna try to clamp that down or get like a chip clip or what. But I'm gonna have to solder, and I wanna make sure that I don't drip onto the foam. So here goes nothing. So this soldering iron has been hot for most of the day, so it's really tough on the tip to do that. So you wanna try to avoid that if you can. It's tough on a project like this because it seems like about the time you need it, that's when you're gonna run into something you need to do that doesn't revolve around the soldering iron. Okay, so we've got the flux in there. Then we've got solder, and we'll see if we can maybe we'll just get lucky. This thing's gonna get really hot, so I think I'd be smarter to just get it tinned down here on the surface, because then I don't have to worry about, I'll get it tinned and then I'll solder it up there. So doing that second wing went pretty smooth. I did have to take the connector out. I put it all together so that the connectors would, the glue would be aligned. The connectors would be aligned. And then I used, off camera, I put a toothpick in this to straighten this edge, because this was folded down. The battery was low on the camera, so I didn't show that. I apologize. But that might be a fluke. I think that was kind of a shipping damage thing, so it's not necessarily to do with the plane itself. It has to do with the way it was shipped in this case. So I don't know that you're going to necessarily have that same problem. There's one wire, one strand. Now these things always get hot really quick because they are very efficient at transmitting heat. That's why it's always fun to hang on to these things in an application like this where you're trying to tin a big wire like that. So I think it's probably going to make better sense to build the connector end first and then come back and do this, because then I don't have to do both inside the plane.
Oh, okay. Good idea.
So why don't we do that first? Do you remember when we used to put connectors on every single plane that we built? What a pain that was.
I do.
That was horrible. And yet we did it. So this is a little cover, so it covers over the solder, which is really nice. You don't have to actually do any sort of heat shrink on there. But I'm just noticing that this is labeled, but it's labeled right there. Okay. There's a minus and a plus. You might want to keep that fuzz thing back a little bit.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Because this is really hot. I'm just going to dip this in the flux. And that'll just make the solder flow a little bit easier. Just getting a little bit in there. Help transfer the solder. That connector is going to get hot as a devil. I'm holding it even though it's extremely hot. And what that's going to do is that's going to allow it to set. So you can always tell when you get it good, because when you bend the cable, it's straight here and then it bends a little bit back. You see that? That means you got a pretty good purchase on it. All that schmutz on there is not good. You don't want to see that, but it's kind of the nature of the beast when you got a tip that's hot all day.
No problem with your schmutz today.
Schmutz everywhere. Schmutz here, schmutz there. So, if you guys are into watching this big long video, I just was going to thank you for sticking around and watching this. I know a lot of you guys that are watching a video like this are probably, trying to get some help. Maybe you're not super good with soldering, or you're just wanting to watch somebody fall flat on their face or something like that. I don't know. Why did you guys watch Insomnia?
This was your best choice.
Maybe you're working out a long prison sentence. whatever the case may be, we're glad you're here with us. We're glad you're here with us. So I know I've had a couple of guys tell me that they'll play the videos in the background in their shop, and then it you know, it's kind of like reminds them of being in a club environment. So if you're into that sort of thing, that's pretty cool. Of course, I'd probably want to like be out of a club environment.
Or like having another person there like working with you, or
yeah.
you know.
So whatever the reasons are, we appreciate you being there. And if you do like the videos, we really do appreciate you giving a thumbs up. It helps a lot, because you'd be surprised how many people will give a thumbs down for a video over the stupidest things. And I mean, we pretty much don't. We just give thumbs up. Unless it's just egregiously bad or like sickening. I don't think our videos are quite that bad.
I don't think we're at that point yet, are we?
Not most of the time. Or like clickbait. I hate clickbait. We always show video clips that are true and show what we're doing, because we don't want to waste people's time. They're already long enough videos as it is. It's really challenging to capture the entire kind of outline of what we're going to do in a video, because there's literally hours of it. Mm-hmm. It's hard to, you know, kind of synopsize that quickly and in one picture that's less than 2 megabytes, because that's the limit. If you guys don't know anything about YouTube or making videos, we have to limit our file size to 2 megabytes, but I can put up a 14 gigabyte video or a 35 gigabyte video.
Overdo it now.
Or a 100 gigabyte video, but you know, we can only have a 2 megabyte image for a thumbnail. This side just looks uggo. Sorry, I'm gonna hit it again and just see if I can at least get some of that stuff to float to the surface there. See that stuff? See, I think we're good. I think we got a good, nice solder joint. It's just uggo. This is the one you don't want to be bad, though, because if this goes, then your whole plane is bye-bye. You were saying, Camera Crew?
You are going to cover it up, though, right?
Yeah. I'll show you in a minute. There's a little cover thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
as long as it's good, as long as
I'm not worried.
Connection is good.
Yeah, I don't care what it looks like. I care
Right.
that it's solid. But when it looks bad, it's because it's not solid.
Oh.
That's one of those misnomers, like, oh, it doesn't look good, but it's strong. It's not really the way it works with soldering. Yeah, this weld doesn't look good, but it's really strong. It's like, no, it looks bad and it's not strong. That's usually the reality of the situation. Getting that stuff off of there does help a little bit for strength. I'm gonna go back and throw a little bit more onto this one too. I just would rather be safe than sorry. It does add weight to your plane though, so just be aware. I mean, lead is heavy. It's heavy per volume, or the dimensions. I like these connectors with that rear cover on them though, like that. So much easier to build. Heat shrink's always a pain. I mean, I did it for years that way, but so I'm spinning it and it doesn't change how much is in there. That's good. It's extremely hot, by the way. Like, it almost hurts to hold it. See how it's discoloring?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that.
And then every once in a while you'll get solder that will walk around the edge like it did here. It makes it really hard to put heat shrink over that, because it'll get too big. So if you ever have one of those that does that, you can actually heat this other side and you can get it to drip back down, because it just flows like water. See, once it drips back down, then it'll go back to where it kind of relaxes into its position. Get that teardrop where you want it. But this holds the heat so long. The best way to combat that is to actually plug this into another connector, and that'll keep that from melting. Like, touch that on the outside.
Oh, it's warm.
It's not warm, it's hot. like it hurts to hold it. But anyway, so that's done. Now we just need to slide this thing over it. And that will kind of finish off the one end. I don't think it's labeled. Yeah, it's not labeled. So you can do that either direction, I think. Can you? Oh, it's really kind of hard to get on there. Oh, good. I like that though. It's nice and sturdy. So that'll be good, especially if we're using IC connectors. Will go into XT60 connectors, okay? So this will go here. It's always challenging to get it in there, but you can get them in there. Okay, so they'll go in there just fine. Okay, so now we need to strip this end and we'll get them ready to land on the board in there that's sitting on the roof of the airplane right now. So this year's gonna end up being a really good year for airplanes. There's a lot of things that would have been released in 2020 if it had not been for the pandemic. And so what's happening is a lot of those things are now coming out. Camera crew, you may have to switch sides because of the wing, I wonder.
Okay.
I don't know if you'll be able to see as good.
Oh.
We'll have to kind of play it by ear a little bit.
I'm trying to zoom so I can stay out of your way, but
Well, I mean, if you're over there, you're out of my way, so that's good. So we have a bunch of kittens. Story time by Brian Phillips while we're building an airplane. So we have a bunch of kittens, and it's going to be kind of a weird day tomorrow because we have people coming to pick up kittens. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of like bittersweet because we really like the kittens a lot, and they're extremely cute. Like, extremely cute. And yet they're so destructive because there's so many of them.
yeah.
If you get 2 cats, it's one thing. You get 11 cats, it's a totally different situation. It's like, you know, it's not even in the same realm.
No.
The situation is so different.
It's like having 11 toddlers.
Yeah, I mean, you can have one and you can house, you know, you can set up the house so it doesn't get destroyed. You can keep the toddlers safe, and, you know, you can do all those things that you need to do. But when you have 11 cats, oh my goodness, they're just like everywhere. And then, you know, they're supposed to, I think a lot of these different resources suggest that each cat should have its own cat litter and its own litter box and all these different things. And it's like, okay, that's not really practical when you got 11 of them.
Yeah.
Even though we do smaller ones for the little kittens. So they've been just kind of having the run of the roost for a little bit here. So it's going to be bittersweet in that it's really good. We got some good homes lined up. Some of them are homes of people that we know that are in our family. So that's cool. So the kids are not too bummed about it.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit bummed about it. I feel bad for the mothers because their kids are going to go away.
The guy that put them outside today because they were being annoying on the deck, and now he feels bad.
They were being annoying.
annoying.
Oh, it's a different situation.
I know.
That's temporary.
They're not all going at once.
No.
Tomorrow either.
And
Not all gonna go.
we're having people take a couple of if they can.
Mm-hmm.
So then they have brothers and sisters. So, but it's going to be a weird day because it's been really, really fun having the little guys. But
we have 8. We have 8 kittens. We
kittens.
have 3 cats that we got last year.
Right.
That are staying, obviously.
Right. Well, actually, a lot of them are staying, but. So this is the negative side. So I'm going to just get a little bit of heat on there and get that solder to stick. Okay. And then I'll come over here and get the positive side ready. You can see there's that black schmutz there. That floats to the surface. So what you can do is you can get that heated up nicely, get a nice little bit of flux on top of it. And then you can take one of your Q-tips from where you were, you know, when you were cleaning your ears between takes. I'm just kidding. I throw them away after a couple times. No, we just, I just get that ready like that, and then I can just drop it into the hot puddle. It's a lot easier, but you do have to kind of get your flux in there beforehand. Okay, so the minus is on this side. This should be quite easy to tack down here. Okay. Just trying to get something to, there we go, that holds it. Got the puddle warm, just letting the puddle work the temperature through. There it goes, now it's starting to suck the solder in. Now it's really hot. If it's not really hot, you didn't do it right. And you need to do it until it's just about burns you.
You're not burning your finger.
Yeah, if you're legitimately, if it doesn't hurt, you didn't do it right. So you're gonna need to redo it. Otherwise it's gonna break free when you heat it up from using it. Because what'll happen is that joint will get extremely hot if you don't get it right. I'm putting more solder in there because now that I have a clean tip, it's gonna soak it in and make a nice big solder joint. And the thing is, it's like the more the merrier on something like this, on a surface mount power connection like this. You do have to be a little bit careful. You can actually desolder these SMD chips, the surface mount chips here, if you get them too hot. Because remember, this is a circuit, so it's actually going through the devices that are on the board. So when you heat this, you are heating those devices as well. And I also kind of realized I just rotated that. I had that kind of rotated stupid. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and heat this enough to spin it around 180 degrees. Okay, so I dip for flux. Just going to let that take it, and I'm going to rotate it around 180 degrees. And that should get me so that it's lined up with the connector. Okay, so now I'm going to just let that cool for a second. I'm holding it nice and still. It hurts. Now I can let go. See how it's lined up now? Okay. We get a little bit more flux going on here. All right, so we should be golden now. This is where you get your wires to behave. If you heat up everything and relax things into position at the right time, at the right place, with the right amount of heat. Ooh. Oh yeah, I like that now. Nice and silvery. Everything is nice and wet together. Hot. I gotta let go.
And hot.
And hot. Wet and hot. Just the way I like it. Okay, so now I clean. All right. And you're probably thinking, well, where's your heat shrink, Brian? Is there heat shrink over that? Exactly. So now we can actually energize this circuit. Not that we're quite ready for that. We could if we wanted to. This is going to be pretty warm, so just be careful where you lay that. Like it's hot, like it'll melt foam right now. So that's why I had it sitting up on top of stuff. Okay, so now I'm gonna give that a good pivot so it can have the cables not tangled. And then I'm gonna drop this down. And then you can see why we made that length the way we did. Because then that gets me to where I mean, there's gonna be some length on your battery lead. But you wanna be able to have that out of the canopy so it's easy to plug in your battery. Or batteries, set of batteries, whatever it is you're using. All right, so I think the next step needs to be, we can let that cool down for just a minute, and we need to maybe, I don't know if we're quite ready. We might want to energize this and just see what happens.
Really?
I don't know yet. We got to do some more stuff. Let's do some more stuff.
Okay.
We have the tail to put on. We have this lid, of course. I don't exactly know how this is getting mounted, by the way, because I don't see an obvious way to mount this. I don't know if you do. I certainly don't. Okay. Now, I don't know if it matters either. Just gonna let that down. See, there's these holes here, but the holes none of them line up. See, that doesn't line up. Two of them might line up, but then they don't quite. So I don't know if this is just going to be like a zip tied in sort of thing, or throw a couple screws in here, or what.
That seems strange, because like everything else kind of seems to have a
Yeah, it has a spot, yeah. And so that's why I'm like, am I missing something maybe? So
there's those like slotted holes in the back.
there's also holes on the bottom, but they don't seem to really, they don't seem to coincide at all with this.
What else?
No, that doesn't line up down there. Okay, so let's just leave it here for now. And then what we need to do is we need to eventually get the receivers going. But I think for now what we're going to do, the next thing we need to do is we need to get the tail section installed, because it's not going to be hard to build, but I just need to make sure everything reaches.
Okay.
So the tail sections need to be built. So let's do that now. This should be a relatively simple process. We need to center the servos. Oh, and then I don't know if we showed this in the first part, but we got the control arms on. I think those were on in the last part of the video.
Those on.
So we don't have anything connected to the actual surfaces yet. But this is what I was talking about, just to fix that bend. So now that you guys have seen what's going on there, I may actually go ahead and slather that up with glue and slide it in. And that'll just keep that straight. Because the flap will be fine, but this is not going to be fine. There's just nothing there to keep it in that position. So while we're getting ready to glue, let's do that real quick. That was just a nuance in my experience. I don't think it's going to be a normal thing. Same thing with this little dent. It's just kind of the way the piece shifted in the male. Okay, so when you take this mucilage will get real tacky, and that's why when you buy it, you don't want to buy more than you need, because I've actually had it dry up in the tube with the lid closed. Meaning not opened, ever cut.
Yeah.
That's pretty annoying. So, and that's a double-edged sword though, because it's a little tackier when you go to use it, and I do like that. But that foam to foam from Horizon is way better in that sense. But it's also a lot more expensive per unit. Well, it's actually not a lot more expensive. It's just more expensive for what you get, because this tube is bigger. This is 50 milliliters and this is 100 milliliters, and I think they're about the same price. But this stuff, if I open the lid right now, it's gonna like goop out, see? And it's like almost you can't stop it, you know? It just like comes out because it's an aluminum tube. They have like warning labels and stuff on here.
Yeah.
Here's like...
This stuff is perfectly safe.
It says magic for the
ingredients.
That's what the Chinese can get away with. It's like, instead of having an MSDS, they just have magic listed. It's like that would never go here. So whatever. All right, so now that that's glued, let's go ahead and talk about this. We got to plug this thing in. So I'm going to wake this up, just single click, scroll down once. It says servo test. Okay, so you see I can go like, I can make it sweep, or I can just click to go to the center. That's predominantly my concern, is just make sure it's in the center. Okay, because this is an elevator, so, you know, we're not going to like have it in some weird situation, you know. Okay, so now that it's centered, this is like probably the most tedious build we've done like in a while.
I know.
But you know what? Like, it's actually not been a bad build.
No.
And it's funny because we build the Dynams all the time, and I'm always constantly complaining about how bad it sucks. But the truth is, like, this hasn't been a bad build. It's just like a lot of steps.
We just were not prepared for this today.
Yeah, we had things.
We were gonna do.
We had things on the agenda, and it was not this.
Yeah.
So it's not like actually a problem. It's just we had a long week.
Probably picked a different day had we known.
We both had
That's,
poison ivy for the last 2 weeks.
yeah. Or
And-
still have.
The camera crew has it really bad.
Yeah.
She thought it was something else at first, and so she didn't treat it. And I treated mine, and so I'm like pretty much done with it.
Yeah.
And hers is way bad. It's
Because
gross.
somebody over there gets poison ivy if he like looks outside,
That's right.
and I don't usually get it.
Yeah, she doesn't. And I mean, it's partly because I get into it more,
Right.
but partly it's because I must be more allergic to it.
Even as a kid, I didn't get it, but I think I got cut when we were working last week, and I think that's why I got it so bad.
It got into your blood or
Yeah.
something.
So yeah, we've had a super fun week.
Yep,
at our
steroids.
house.
It's been like roid rage all day. Slip into a Slim Jim.
Is that how I've been? Is it that bad?
She beats.
I'm on like day 2.
Day 2. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so we're both working through that. That's fun.
Makes it really hard to film.
With the roid rage.
Yeah. I just can't take it.
Just can't handle it. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. It's all right. We've been pumping ion.
Yeah, if only.
Yeah, there's been zero pumping of iron. Okay, so these two are gonna go on the ends here, obviously. And then of course you gotta get your wires through the chase. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and unplug the elevator, because that one's good. And I'm gonna plug it. I mean, part of the reason why this has gone well is because like everything has just worked well.
Yeah,
It's just,
that's true.
there's been like the lack of instructions has not worked very good. But to be perfectly frank, it's,
You ignore them anyway.
I wouldn't have wanted to read them anyway. You're right. These things have been kind of hard to get on though. The horns for these servos are weird. They don't quite go the way you expect them to. But see, now that that's centered, okay, it's really easy. I can, with confidence, I can throw a screw in here and know that we're going to be real close, you know, probably within electrical trim. There might be some mechanical trim left, but this will at least get us to where we can fly the thing in a straight line.
We hope.
We hope. But I mean, in terms of assembly part, it's gone super smooth. Just really taken a long time. And for some of you guys, that might not be a big deal. I mean, that might be more what you're after. I mean, just kind of depends on what you're into. Some people really enjoy the build.
Well, and if you're working on it over the course of
Couple
a
weeks.
weekend or a couple weeks, and you can just enjoy your time, it's
We're
a
always-
totally different story.
Yeah, we're always up against a deadline.
Yeah.
And our deadline is for this next week. We've got some stuff coming. We got some stuff coming that's going to be like
They
awesome.
might have already seen the stuff before they see this.
It's not impossible, but I'm kind of hoping that they see this first. Because to be honest, what's going on right now is we're getting backlogged with our footage to where we have to release videos in such a time frame. Little inside baseball for those of you who are this deep into a video. You're probably one of our regulars. Or you're about to give us a big thumbs down. When we release videos, we have to leave them up for a few days in that first position, or it just screws up the whole algorithm. And if we release videos at a different time, that also screws up the algorithm. And you know, some of our principal, you know, subscribers and the people that really care about us and want to see us succeed, they're, you know, like, don't worry about the algorithm. I worry about the algorithm, because no matter how good you guys are to us, YouTube is a numbers game. It's always been a numbers game, and it's always gonna be a numbers game. It's, you know, it's like you don't go to the mall and hand out business cards that say your YouTube channel, because you physically are not humanly capable of handing out enough business cards to grow a YouTube channel the way that a YouTube channel needs to grow. It has to grow organically through Google search results. And that's the only way you can really get any sort of real traction. And that's where, once you get some traction, then you can start doing things like having people send you stuff and, you know, working with reputable people. And I mean, anybody can work with crappy, horrible companies. And you'll see that a lot on YouTube. But once you start getting to the better echelon of companies, then that's really nice because you're working with some of the best stuff. You're able to still give honest reviews, and you've got enough following that people actually care what you think. And so it's a thing. It's a thing. See this? Mm-hmm. Okay, so these are in place. So we got to glue that, but then this wire needs to drop into there. So I want to try to drop it so that it drops with the light color down. Otherwise it's just uggo.
Can you put a little dab of glue to hold the wire where you want it?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I'm going to have to put the wire wherever the wire goes, to be honest. Okay, so here's my plan. I'm going to put glue here, kind of a lot of it. I might have to stab it. I'm just going to go pretty heavy. Like that. See, there's nothing stabilizing that, right? There's just one little key at the end.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't know if I need to go ahead and just do some stabbies in there. Some stabbies.
Some toothpicks?
Yeah. Toothpicks. I think toothpicks would work.
Is your soldering iron off?
It is off. Yeah. Hey, camera crew, since I'm kind of like tied up here, would you be able to get me stabbies?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the stabbies. It's a technical term. So I'm going to stab this in at an angle so that it bites more material, but it doesn't interfere with our actual cable, okay? So I'm holding this down. Okay, good. So that's actually going to hold the front. Now, you can not do that. And the way you would not do it is you would put your glue on and you would just wait a while, like 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. And then that will allow it to kind of set up. But I just want this to be square and true, and I don't want to guess. Okay? So you show the people from over my left shoulder there. See, I'm really pushing hard. Okay. That's going to pin it in place. Okay? So now I can let go with some confidence. Because one thing about the mucilage is that it will allow the part to very slowly walk. Okay, so sometimes you got to tape your pieces together. So just leave those there and we can clip them off later, or you can cut them and then push them in, or you can push them in a little bit further still. So let's look at this wire. While camera crew was walking over to the other counter, I kind of walked that into this crack here. But what I'm going to do is like what she suggested, getting a little bit of glue on there, which is a good idea. I guess I'm going to use another stabby because my Q-tips are running out in this spot. So that's going to hold it at the corner there. So the idea is you don't want to overdo this because you may actually need to get this out someday. Okay, and when I say may, I mean it's, you know, hopefully you don't, but I'm kind of a realist here. Okay, so just see a little teeny tiny bit of glue, just barely any. Okay. Okay, so we'll just walk that in. Just kind of walk it. And then ideally I want this to go and make it all the way into this cavity. Of course, we're going to be just short, aren't we? That'd be super annoying and probably true.
How is that?
I don't know. That's so annoying. So, but the good news is I think what's going on is this. Yeah, see, that's actually the... Yeah, we're going to have to stuff it in the hole. Mm-hmm. So, not sure exactly how that's going to work out.
Is there a wood piece that fits in that little...
This void?
Yeah.
I do not know. I mean, if there is, it'd be one of these. No, that's a servo opening for one of the camera mounts.
Okay.
By the way, if you guys are going to use that, you might not want to do what I did to it. Okay, so you see my predicament here is I need to be able to make a turn here. So I'm probably going to have to carve some. But let's leave it there for now, and let's come right back to it. You can see that's working really good. Okay. So now that we have a little bit more cure time on stuff, I'm going to grab this. Make sure you get down to where you can actually hold it and push. See, it's starting to rip a hole down here, so I'm going to stop. Okay. So you can cut this like that, and then you can push that last little bit in. This one here, I'm going to try to go a little further with this one here. Oh yeah, it's going. Okay, it's starting to rip a hole right there. So I'm going to clip off a little bit extra. I'll just pull it out a little bit, clip it, and then push it back. See how nice that works? And I mean, you'll never ever know that it's there except for that we publicize this stuff for your good.
I was gonna say viewing pleasure, but that might have been wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Viewing misery. Okay, so the next step, of course, is going to be to... Oh, that's going to suck, though. That part is going to suck.
Well, should we do the other side and then come back?
Did I glue this already? Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
Okay, good. What do you mean? Should I do the other side? Yeah, we got to do the other side, and then we'll come back to that.
No, I said we could do that off camera and then come back when we get back to the middle.
No. Sorry. Because this is different. The left and right is not symmetrical. It's not exactly the same. It's slightly different.
I won't buy it. Good try, though.
Okay. So now, what I was saying earlier, like if you want to let that set up, you see that? That's one trick you can do. Just let that mucilage string up. Just kind of lay it back down and then stick it back. Even the second stick makes a big difference, you know? So, because these wings are a weird shape. They are not square to the surface. You see, it looks like a...
Oh.
Like an... What is that?
Star
A-wing?
Wars
Star
thing.
Wars thing, yeah. A Star Wars thing.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
It's the extent of my Star Wars knowledge.
It's a Star Wars thing, people.
Sorry. No.
Okay, so we're just going to slide this one in now. Oh man, that one's like really hard to feed in. Like really, really hard to feed in. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. But that's okay. It's all right. We can still get that out and just put a new one in. Sometimes you'll have them split like that on you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. On that case, I think what happened was I had a little bit of glue on the tip, and so it was just causing a lot of resistance. Or I hit something that I wasn't aware I was hitting. Oh yeah, there we go. It's going. One's gonna want to break on me. I can tell already. Oop, see, it's down to here. So back it off a little bit, clip it, and then force it into past. Okay. See, and then we're gonna do one more. Just I want to keep it consistent, if possible. Okay, so from this angle, you can really get a good idea of what we're doing. I'm sorry, camera crew, it's got to be right lined up with me. Now, you don't have to do this step, but I'm telling you, you'll probably...
They're coming through.
Yeah, when it rips like that, you'll regret it, but if it doesn't rip like that, you're going to want it to work. If it rips like that, sometimes you can spin them. Like I spun it past the rip. It's still going to do what you need it to. That little rip is no big deal. That can get folded in. We'll put glue on this now, actually, to resolve that problem, okay? See, the tip got bent over. That's how sturdy that stuff is. Okay, so now watch this. Thank you. So just a little bit of glue. When it's this, you want to get this in while it's wet because it'll help lubricate the entry. Okay. Pull it out a little bit. Cut it. So you got stuff on there. It's all part of the show. That stuff will come right off. Okay, now I need to push this last little bit in. Okay, so now it's there. It's golden. And that's all this is doing is just gonna pin it so that it has nowhere to go.
Right.
Okay. So when and if you do crash, it's gonna be more catastrophic now. So just be aware of that. Thank you.
Yep.
So now what we need to do is we need to fix our little screw up here, which will take just a quick second. So you see this little screw up here?
Where you went through.
It's not that I went through, it's that there was just like a unfortunate, see that? That's what happened. So I'm just gonna get a little bit of glue in there. You'll never ever know it was there except for the fact that I pointed it out. Okay. And then I'm just gonna work it back in. All the edges get folded in and then done. Not only will that be in there, it'll be strong. You'll never ever know any better, okay? I can even take off the residue on the top if you roll your toothpick like this, that little bit of stickiness will pull it off. And then you won't get that dirty spot, okay? All right, good deal. So that one's done. Now we need to work the wire through. So let's go ahead and resituate that a little bit. Okay, so we need to walk into the cavity here. Again, trying to get it so that we don't have the brown downward, because that'll be a lot prettier that way. You won't notice the yellow as much as you will the brown. The brown will stand out like a sore thumb. It'll be like, what's that brown thing on the bottom of the plane? Gross. Okay. So just working that back and forth a little bit. We'll try this the other way. This is going to take the little teeny bit of glue and put it in there. It's probably not going to, I think our other way worked better, but we'll find out. So I'm just going to take and throw a little slather of glue here and a little slather here and there on the way. I mean, it takes almost nothing to hold that stuff in there. It'll still be a pain to work with because of that. This mucilage is like awesome glue. It really does work nicely. It's one of the few products that I get from Hobby King and think, wow, that is a good product. It's like the only product I think like that. I shouldn't say that because you never know who you're going to work with next. Hobby King has some good stuff. We have plenty of good planes that we've gotten from Hobby King. Even some of the crap has been okay. You just have to, it's project planes, you know?
Yeah.
You got to work them. You got to work to get the best out of them. That's one of the reasons why we like to work with Horizon, actually. Is because they kind of like just do all the stuff that you expect that the company's going to do most of the time. And then if they fall short, then they'll basically make it right. Well, that's annoying. This one's like plenty long. Must have been the one that we switched out for the reverse thread. Well, that's annoying. Okay, so I'm just going along here And just rolling that little bit of adhesive off. Now, if this was a painted surface and you did that, you'd be pulling paint off this whole time, so. Were you complaining about how plain this plane was? How dare you, break?
Well, I mean, no, more just like the general shape of it is kind of weird.
Oh. Okay, so we're gonna wake up our servos. Okay, cool. So that's good there. I'm super annoyed that that did not make it. That's about the absolute worst place that that could have, terminated in that exact spot. So I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna do about it either yet. I think we'll have to get creative and carve. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. Well, now if I could find my X-Acto knife.
I'm not sure it's out. I'll grab it.
Okay. Okay, so as a means to an end, we're gonna have to make an exit strategy for this, okay, which is annoying. But again, I think we just kind of got lucky. So I have to cut a channel here. I have to be careful not to overcut and then cut into the cable that's right there for the elevator. Okay, so there it is. There it is. Look at that. Got a nice little chunk out. Cool. All right, there we go. So now I'm just gonna press fit the rest. See if I can get this to kind of flop down in there. Now I think we can probably get that to work. Because remember, this has to go into the tail of the aircraft. This is gonna be something like this, maybe. Okay, so we have the servos all centered now, and look how nice, and that's a pretty cool looking tail.
Here, let me zoom out so I can see. Oh yeah, that was cool.
Okay, so the next step, of course, will be to cap off the X-Acto knife so I don't stab myself. I haven't done that for a while on a video. Look at this.
I know.
It's just ridiculous.
Pile of gas.
They're so cute. Is this fat face?
No.
Shh. He's purring. They're so cute. It's funny. We're dog people.
You're a dog person.
Whatever. We were dog people. We were.
Sorry, dog people.
Yes. So this needs to go in the hole. Oh wow, it's like a small tight hole.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Look at that.
Where?
It's ridiculous.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. We gotta cram all this. We gotta cram all this through. That's fat face. Right there.
No, that's a Cali kitty.
Oh.
That's a little one. They're getting a lot harder to tell apart which batch they're from.
Because they're all getting to be about the same size. Okay. So you'll see that this feeds all the way in and then down to kind of where the receiver is going to be. And I got to try to get that mess through, which is going to be another wonderful spot. I'm sorry, I don't know how I'm going to do this so you can see because I'm not going to be able to see.
I don't think you're going to. I don't think anybody's going to see.
I'm just kind of walking it down, making sure that the wires make it through. Give them a close-up shot.
You can kind of see that little crack over here.
Yep. Oh, this one popped out. You see this wire? So I'm finding the channel, getting it back down in there. We're good now. You just have to take your time and make sure it gets in there. Good. Good. Okay.
Cool.
So now there's, I believe, on this. This is almost certainly going to take a long screw like this. I'm not certain that this is the way this works, but it sure felt like it was biting, and it is. That is pretty slick. Wow. Wow, that was so smooth.
Does that go in there, or is that just for mounts?
I don't know.
It's a really well thought out.
It's like they must have had this thing just 100% CAD drawing, which is probably true for most things that are made anymore, but just everything fits really good.
Right. Which is not true.
And that's not true for Dynam for sure.
Yeah.
Because we know from experience, you're lucky if it fits together, and that's on one of their good ones. We don't mean to beat up on Dynam, it's just a good example.
Right.
We kind of do a lot though. Okay, so let's I mean it's deserved. Okay. Try to be fair to them. Okay, so one's an elevator, one is the other thing. Elevator and rudders. Okay?
The other thing.
It's the other thing. You know, the thing that makes the plane go the other way. You know, when you want to go the other way, that's what it does. All right, so we got power, we've got wires, we've got a distribution board here, which I still am not 100% sure what all that's gonna do. So at this point, I think we need to take a minute and regroup. Okay, so we had to kind of figure out what's what. There's actually two screw holes that can be, I think you can mount something and then put this down. But in our case, these are just gonna be the long screws here, I think. And that just holds that in place so you can readapt it for something else. This is of course an FPV ship. So you can set it up for different first person setups. I'm not 100% sure that's biting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that gonna hold on to anything?
Well, it's biting, it should be biting the wood. But I honestly don't know. That's what I'm concerned about. Oh, I may not have that seated all the way. See, it looks like maybe this thing had some optional landing gear. Because there's what appears to be room here for.
Can you see that from inside?
You know what I could do? Let's just be smart fellers. We're gonna try to turn this out. I mean, I could just push this out. Yeah, see, those aren't gonna bite anything. There's nothing to bite there. So I'm not sure if that's gotta be for something else then. That's the biggest size screw too.
So would that just glue in our application?
We can glue it in. I was just curious if this would go either. Nope, it's just gonna feed through too, loose. So I think that's just if you're gonna use it for FPV. So really, in our case, our application, we're gonna be just taking it and gluing it on, which is fine. It's not a big deal. If you really need to get back in there, you can unglue it, okay? So that's gonna fit nicely. Really, really good fit, guys. Everything has fit great on this plane. Which I know some of you guys are probably sitting there thinking, well, don't they all fit great? No, absolutely not. A lot of them barely fit together. And this thing is like, feels like putting machine screws together. Where did I put the thing? There it is.
This is the first, Eachine plane
That we've built.
right?
Yeah, we've always done ready to fly Eachines. Like that Eachine over there.
The T-28?
The T-28's an Eachine. Yeah, great
That's
starter
a little-
plane.
Yeah.
Inexpensive, fun, easy to fly. Not quite as good as like the Sport Cub S UMX, but still very good. They make them almost too easy to fly, I think. The flight controller does too much. That's why I say almost too easy. Whereas the Spectrum stuff, it still lets you fly the plane a little bit. So now all I got to do is just take off the excess. There's quite a bit of excess on this side. So we're gonna pause and get some more of those actually. Okay, so there we go. Just kind of getting this tacked up. Picking up a little bit of that glue. You only have to get it right once. Unless of course there's two on the airplane. All right, so that worked out pretty reasonably well. So now basically what we're left with is we've got some nacelle bottoms that are ultimately going to go here. And then the control rod's gonna come out from the flap servo. And so I think the ESC will ultimately need to probably try to be over here, but we haven't even established if we have this right yet. So we have to come back to that after a bit. We cannot mount this until we know we've got it right. And then I believe there's another cover that looks like this, and I'm about 99% certain that that's gonna go right there. In fact, I just confirmed it. It is what's gonna go right there. I do have to take a knife to clean this edge.
But we're not gonna put those on until we know that it's right.
Till we're 100% certain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's no sense in mounting those, because that is a glued piece. Okay.
It's kind of weird that they left them molded together like that, isn't it?
It is a little bit weird because so many of the things on this plane have been so like prim and proper. And then they leave it together like that. It's a very strange decision. All right, so we need to get all the control surfaces hooked up mechanically. But before we really need to do that, what we need to do is we need to get this thing cut now, because that's all set up. I'm actually just going to twist it and break it internally and then pull it out. You can sometimes get away with that and sometimes you can't. Looks like we got pretty lucky on that one. Okay, that's good enough for what we're doing. It's better than it was. All right, so now the big question mark becomes exactly how does the receiver and everything work on this? Well, we're about to find out, okay? So I'm not sure for now what direction I want to go with this. I think for now what we're going to do is we're going to set up, I think we're going to try with the AR620 with the possibility of going back to one of the AR636T, or excuse me, this is the AR636Bs. But I think we're going to start with this just because I want to just get things moving. And this is going to be really easy to do. It's an antenna-less. We have tons of room, so we can put whatever we want in there later. But this is going to give us 6 channels. It should be fine, okay? And then that's going to give us the ability to do some testing. My big issue, too, is right now, I'm not 100% sure how all this hooks up because I'm not familiar with this board, okay? So one of these is the elevator, so I'm just going to look on here. There's a minus sign, so I'm just going to plug that in. I don't even know what. Well, we could just look at. Let's just look at. Let's just start a new model. It's going to be a new model at some point, right?
We hope this far in.
Yeah, no kidding. System set up. Disconnect RF. The little light comes off right there. Model set up. Go all the way to bottom. Add a new model. Create. Takes a second. It's thinking. Model select. Okay, so it's an acro number 25. Model type. If you change that, it's going to change that and clear everything. Model name. This is where you would type in the name. So this is called the killer whale. Okay, so I'll scroll over to K, then I'll scroll over to make an I, and we'll pause and come back when we're done typing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so killer whale, 1.25 meter. Okay, then we're gonna go back out to the main model. We're gonna go and set up a throttle cut right away. Set it to this switch. Then I'm looking down here to see if it moves. It does not, that's good. When I unlock it, it works. So we're good there. And then I can go into timer. I'm just gonna set a timer to 5 with a 1 out. That means that when the throttle's over 25%, it starts counting down. At 1 minute, I don't care. At 30 seconds, I don't care. At 20 seconds, I don't care. I want the voice at 10 seconds, and then expiration, I want tone and vibrate, and then a tone every minute. Okay. See how it started? There's the British lady. English lady. I had somebody correct me on that the other day. It was a nice way of correcting me though, so that's okay. All right, so now that we have the transmitter set up, now we can go ahead and start figuring this out. I can go to monitor mode by just scrolling over 1 click and it'll tell me where things plug in. So throttle's on channel 1, ailerons are on channel 2, so I don't know where ailerons are yet. I know where rudder and elevator are gonna be, so elevator is gonna be channel 3. So this is either channel 3 and the pin for negative goes down. Okay, and then this is the other ones, is rudder. I think the rudder's shorter. So rudder is channel 4, okay. Channel 5, I don't know what we're using yet. It just depends on how the motors run, if we're gonna split them out or not. So I think for now, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to steal power from this distribution board at some point. So we have to look at our drawing again. And our drawing is gonna help us to figure out where we're actually getting power from. So I'm actually just gonna slip all this stuff right onto the counter that makes it impossible to see. All right, so camera crew. Just looking at this, so the specs are 2 through 6S, even though the DC input on this is 2 through 8S, okay? There is a setting for a 9 volt at 2 amp BEC output. That's interesting. So there's actually 2 BECs on this thing. There's one that's 9 volts and then there's one that's 5 volts. So just be aware of that. Please make sure the antenna is installed before power on the VTX, otherwise the VTX may fried. What?
How have I not read that all day?
Okay. All right, so I'm not going to worry about this. This has to do with the transmitter and receiver module. Okay, so on here, yeah, I don't see anything that indicates exactly how to do that. The left and right side aileron, throttle, flap signals are paralleled. Okay, so you can see flap yellow, throttle green, aileron blue. Okay, how about down here? Aileron, throttle, flap. Aileron, throttle, flap. Auxiliary 1, auxiliary 2.
Okay.
Okay? There's your different outputs for voltages. Okay? So 5 volt BEC, 5 volt BEC, and then 9 volt BEC. So when looking at this board, we're kind of looking at it like this. So I want to do it the right way. So let's just say right now we can line these up color for color. It's really easy. So there's ailerons. So ailerons plugs in there. It goes into channel 2. So there's channel 2 for ailerons. That should also get us power. And then channel 1 is throttle. So this is where we want to be careful to have our stuff safe, meaning no props on. because I don't know how it's going to respond. And then in our setup here, we don't have flaps turned on, so we need to do that. We're going to go down to system setup. Whoops. System setup, disconnect RF, aircraft type. There we go. I'm going to change this goofy picture. Hey, that's pretty good. Okay, throttle holds on. So now we need to set up flap mode. Flap system, inhibit. I'm going to click and then switch it to B. I'm just going to set position 1 to, oops, excuse me. That's going to be 0. This is going to be like minus 100 and plus 100. Okay, so we're using up the full range of the servo. I don't know which way it's going to go, so it's just guesswork right now. And I want it to be significant so we can see it. Okay. Right? We're going to set this to 2 seconds on each switch. You have to set it on each switch, otherwise it's only going to be 2 seconds deployment between switch settings. Okay, see that? Cool. Okay, so walking out, throttle holds on. So now that's, we can look where flaps are. Flaps are on channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So channel 6. So channel 5 is hooked up. I don't know what channel 5 is doing. That's landing gear. So we don't have retracts on this thing, so that should be no problem. Okay, so are you following along with what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. So now we need to bind it. So the next step is to bind this thing. So I'm going to go ahead and actually back out of the menu. I'm going to turn this off. I want everything in fail-safe condition. So throttle holds on, sticks are neutral, stick down, flaps in the no flap setting, gear in the correct gear position if we were worried. And then there'll be some expo here, which we didn't talk about expo. Let's just set up the standard expo real quick because I'm going to forget to do it otherwise. So the standard expo is going to go like this. Dual rates and expo. This is what I always do, okay? People always ask this. I set it to 1 switch. On the 0 curve, I have the least expo, so we'll just set it to like 10. Because there's no stabilizer, we'll just start with 10. Then we'll go to 20. And then we'll go to 30, and we'll drop the rates down to like 90, okay? Then we'll go to elevator. We're going to assign it to switch F2. We'll set this to 10. Then we'll go to 20. Then we'll go to 30. Whoops. And then we'll scroll this down to 90. And then for rudder, we'll do 10. You guys noticing a pattern yet?
Mm-hmm.
It's 10, 20, and then 30 in this case. And actually, you know what? I screwed up my own pattern, and I'll show you what it is here in a second. And this is because I don't have a stabilizer on this. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Okay, so on ailerons, there's 3 settings. This is the least expo, so it's 10% with 100% rates. Then it's 20% and it's 100%. This is where I'm going to take off from. If I need more expo, I can go up to 40, doubling what I have and then reducing the rates. Or I can back it off if I have too much expo because it's not sensitive enough to fly. The same is true for all 3 channels, but it's on 1 switch, okay? So what that does is that means I can go to the middle setting and I can be prepared to fly, get out of jail free card, get back because I don't have enough sensitivity, or get out of jail free card, get back because it was too sensitive. Then once I land, I can set my middle setting back to whatever setting I picked, double it, half it, okay? All right, so we're gonna shut this back off. Okay, it's off, throttle holds off, or throttle holds on. Everything's where it needs to be. So now what we need to do is we need to bind. So binding this receiver is about as easy as it gets, but I think we do want a fully charged battery. We should be done with this one.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna get, I don't know what all batteries we have that are charged and ready, but why don't we just go with, I'm assuming we're gonna run this on 4S 2200. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to plug this one in, let that get started. I'm going to plug in the one we were using, let that get started. And then I'm going to go for, here, we'll just use the 4S30C Gen 1. No big deal, okay? Doesn't really matter, it's Gen 1. It's not like we have a smart ESC here.
Right.
So this is just to bind it and to see if it catches on fire. Because if it catches on fire, that means you did something wrong.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I mean, I did something wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so now we don't have to hold the button while we're plugging it in anymore. Okay, so just watch what happens. I'm going to plug this in. Okay, so now this is going to, when I press that button, oh, see how it says bat? We may have to have another wire coming in to actually energize this because the ESC is not energizing it on battery terminal. So that's a little bit annoying, but also not, I mean, it makes sense. Okay, so I'm just gonna take my flap servo out and just pull power from that. Okay, so this should wake this up if I do it right. If I did it right. Nope, so I do have to actually put a cable in between the BAT output, which is the BEC output here, right there. And that's gonna get us power to the receiver, hypothetically. There we go. So it's alive and it's awake. Now I'm gonna press and hold. Binding. Okay, so everything's bound. Bind complete. Auto configuring that. Sounds like the ESCs are making noise, which is a good sign. That means we didn't totally screw it up yet. Okay, so the elevator's working. Rudder's working. Ailerons are working. Both sides, and then the flaps are not going to work. That makes sense because they're not plugged in. So now, as a matter of good habit, I'm turning things off to power cycle everything. This is a new bind, so I always do that to make sure. Make sure all my controls are in the correct orientations and everything. Now I'm going to switch this from the battery plug from the BEC here, and I'm gonna go back to my flap. Oh crap, did I unplug the wrong thing? No, I didn't. Flaps goes to channel 6. This, I thought this would have power here. So maybe it just didn't wake up to the bind because I didn't press the button right. So we're gonna try this. If this doesn't wake up, then that means we have to get another cable. Now, I'm not worried about the noise. I'm worried about this not waking up. That means that we need to get BEC power also. So we'll pause and get a cable. So we have another extension cord, which is a male to male. Okay. And it says current. Okay, that should wake up. Turn this on. I didn't turn that on, so now it's alive, okay? Okay, so everything's working. Waiting for the ESCs to start. And they're both working. This one's spinning. It's always hard to tell what direction they're going, which is funny because it shouldn't be hard, but it is. Oh yeah, we were actually going the right ways. That's awesome. What are the chances?
Are you kidding me?
Look, this one's going that way, this one's going that way.
Because you want them to be going opposite. of
Yep,
each other,
opposite.
right?
And I don't care which way that is. But look, throttle hold works. Full throttle. Everything else is working, so now throttle hold's on. That's crazy. What are the chances of actually getting it right on the first crack?
Good job. Way to go.
Yeah.
That was good planning on your
So you
part.
see that? When I unplug it, it shuts off. When I plug it back in, it comes back. So that means you do need to be plugged into that. Otherwise, it's not going to have power going to the receiver. Okay? So many times that isn't an issue because the ESC goes directly into the throttle port, okay? So because this is basically acting as a BEC, a battery eliminator circuit for us, for this whole electrical circuit, we do have to do that. Okay, cool. So now the next thing we need to do is get all the mechanical stuff hooked up. We're just gonna drop this in here loose because it doesn't matter at this point where it sits. We just need to get things buttoned up because it's midnight in
Also
11
known
minutes.
as
It's all right, we started at 5. We did take a little break in the middle to charge the phone.
which we're probably gonna have to do again. We'll be lucky.
That is a cool looking plane, I think. My wife says she thinks it's butt ugly, but
I
think
did
it's-
not say butt ugly.
She did not say butt ugly,
I
but
said weird and awkward.
okay, good enough. I think it's cool looking, but I do feel like there's maybe something missing here, which is kind of weird. Is that right?
I don't
No,
think
that is
so. I
right.
think that's right.
Because this is where your cameras are going to go. I think it looks cool. Myself. I think it's cool.
Okay.
All right, so now control arm or control linkages. Obviously, we have the plane on. You know what? Let's we'll get the plane stand and come right back. Okay, so my camera crew is getting me the plane stand, and now I'm just cutting the nacelle things out while she was doing that. These nacelle things are pretty straightforward. So when we're all said and done, there'll be a couple of 3 screws that go in there, kind of hold that down in and around. This next step is going to be largely get your mechanical linkages straight. Okay, so it's going to be somewhat straightforward, but it may not be straightforward to all of you. So we're going to show you how we're doing it, and then you can copy. Okay, so there's a bunch of these things that look like this. We're going to look at all those and see what the lengths are. Should be some long ones. These got double ball ends. That's kind of interesting. See? So that's weird. I wonder why there's 2 of those. Huh. I don't know which ones those are for.
Yeah.
Unless that's for the flaps.
Or flaps. Yeah, flaps would be the longest. Longest linkage reach.
Yeah, these are ailerons. Okay, so let's just see how horrible this works. That's pretty awesome. Okay, so now I'm just holding on the tail end of this surface, and then I'm just going to line that up. That was,
Screw.
well, slide the bolt through. The impending doom from the British lady. English lady. All right, what size are those things, camera crew? Do you think?
I don't know.
I think they probably are the same as the other items, but I don't know.
What have, I don't know.
Oh,
if you've
that's
said.
2 millimeters for this one.
Is that too big?
So I would say 1.5 is probably realistic. Yeah, 1.5 it is. Just, yep. Okay, so now let's move the ailerons and see if it moves. Oh, buddy, that is a good amount of movement.
yeah.
I'm liking that. I'm still a little bit weirded out by this because I'm not sure how all that's going to work. But I agree with your assessment, camera crew.
Of course. But yeah, how do you...
So this is lined up here, but it's not lined up here. Now that's because remember we have some indisparity on this.
Yeah.
That might have to get corrected, but you know what? I think we're good for now. It'll fly that way. There might be some tweaking that needs to be done. So all you do is you just kind of slide this through. Okay. Once you slide it in, then you just kind of twist it, and then it rolls around just like that. It's pretty simple. And then you just line up the holes, I mean, to be honest, it's probably the easiest installation of control arms I've done in a long time again.
It's pretty simple.
It's weird because this has been such an in-depth process, and yet it's actually been quite easy. It's just a lot of steps.
Hey, you're like way off on that one though. Before you put the screw in, right? Or are you?
I'm not lined up yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to get this thing started.
Gotcha.
Okay. So yeah, guys, if you're thinking about getting this plane, you know, at first when we opened it, I'm like, ugh. This one is way off because this was all bent, I think. Well, I don't know. This one's also bent here. So I agree with the camera crew. We're going to have to bring that back a little bit. It's kind of killing my back to reach that far.
I'm zoomed, so you're fine if you need.
Okay. Well, you could also come over here if you need to be closer, I guess.
Your hands are always in the way.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's try this. I don't know what to do about that disparity there. It's such, ooh.
Ooh. Maybe not
Yeah,
that.
maybe not that. Well, I guess there's always mucilage.
Just slather some goop in there and it'll be fun.
Just kind of, just squeeze some goop right into the crack.
Solves all your problems.
Well, I don't know if I would use the word solves. More like creates. Okay, so that's good enough. I feel like that's a million times better actually now, which is ironic.
It is substantially better.
It looks way better now that I broke it.
Good job.
Wow, that's like weirdly a lot better. One more half turn, just going half turns at a time. If you guys hear a weird noise in the background, that's our bug zapper zapping the life out of the bugs that it hits. And it's been a great year for bugs around here. We've had almost none of them. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, at some point it's not going to be okay.
I'm holding it now in case it slides more.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm just really having a hard time getting this lined up
Yeah.
for some reason. I think it's because I'm reaching. Okay, so I finally got this started, and this one's kind of weird because the other side is almost like threading in, which is great, but it's not the way it's supposed to be. I don't know why that is, but it's just kind of the way it is. So this one, we're gonna have to tighten the nut from this side. As you can see, it's working like a charm. So now I just need to take a pair of pliers, in this case it's a pair of strippers, and torque this in so that it bites. Very good freedom of motion.
Yes, yeah.
Nice lined up edges. I like it a lot. I don't know if it's going the right direction yet because I haven't even thought about that far. Obviously the throttle hold. We got throttle. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and do the elevator. The elevator is, of course, right here. Do you have one of those shorter ones? Oh,
These
hold on a
all
second.
appear to be
There's
the
three.
same.
Yeah,
right?
they are. They are the same. Thank you, camera crew. Thank you, Megan. Okay, so we have these, and we have this. Get through. There we go. Okay, so we got to go in a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still not there. 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, don't you know?
He's from Minnesota
That's
now.
pretty good. That's pretty good, don't you know? I'm accused of that once in a while.
Oh, close.
Close, but such a world away. All right, so let's see how this goes. Oh yeah. Don't you know?
That seems to work really well.
It does actually. I like it a lot better than many solutions from other.
As long as people don't think we grow potatoes. Do you remember that one day?
What, like Idaho?
We were on when we were on our cruise for our honeymoon.
Really?
Somebody asked us where we're from. They're like, "Don't you grow potatoes?"
We grow corn.
No, we grow corn
Corn and soybeans.
and pork
And beef.
and beef,
And all other good things.
but not potatoes.
And we do like potatoes.
Yes.
They're delicious. Okay, so we're going the wrong way, but that's okay.
Okay.
We can reverse that super easy. Now rudders. All right. So the rudder should be pretty straightforward too. Haha, straightforward, get it? That was so nerdy. This one and the other one are not in the right position. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. Because this one could not be lined up the way I wanted it to. Oh, I can't even see a hole in that. There's like no holes in that. Yeah, there are. They're just not poked all the way through the carbon fiber.
Oh.
The carbon fiber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So that's pretty darn good right there. That's good right there. So we'll try the same length screw and see if it reaches. Because you know, it looks like they only have the one style here.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'm gonna put that nut there. If I lose track of my nuts, would you? All right, so we ended up getting the rudders taken care of. As you can see, we got the elevator taken care of. Our camera was giving us some fits, so our apologies. It was exactly the same as the other control surfaces. So now we're onto the flaps. So we have these linkages with a double ball link. You have to cut these free, okay? They're actually not cut free initially, so we'll show you that on this side. Basically, you just have to take the X-Acto knife or, you know, a sharp knife of some sort and kind of run it through there. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna just give you the quick rundown on this, because to be honest, we're just kind of out of time today. Okay, so once it moves free, then you can kind of get it out of the way and trim that stuff up to your liking, okay? Which I might actually do that off camera once I kind of show you what I'm talking about. This side was the side that got damaged in shipping for us. Again, not necessarily something that's going to happen to every package, but it is something that happened to ours. So this is not a sharp enough X-Acto knife for this project. A sharp X-Acto knife will be way safer, just like any other knife. The sharper, the safer, okay? So what we did was I did have to open up one of the holes on this clevis or control horn, and I'll show you what it's gonna do. I also had to flip the direction of my servo travel in flap system. We didn't know which way, if it was -100 or +100, so we just changed it to +100, -100. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, so you can hear it moving. I've got it in the neutral flight position, so I know what position I need it to be in. So now I'm just gonna line this up, take one of these bolts, send it through. Okay, so we're not gonna put a nut in yet because we need to make sure we get our adjustments made, necessary adjustments. Okay, so that's threaded in. Now, okay, so as you can see, when we actuate the flaps, they pull forward, which is what we want to happen, and we get about the perfect amount of throw. But maybe if we could go one more click back, that might be kind of nice, just so we get full retraction of the flaps, okay? So you see how that's square? That also gives a lot of strength to the wing when it's fully retracted, but then it doesn't change much in that first setting. So I think I think we want to see, because we're doing just a lot of movement this way. It's not going to change anything. So you want that change. There's a sweep where you get the maximum impact of change. And right now it's almost going into a locking position, which is great if you have flaps that are under a really high mechanical load. But I'm just going to go at an angle, just a slight angle. The first angle I can get, because then that guarantees it's going to start moving as soon as I flip this. Okay, so that's a really good sweep. Now I just need to basically take this out and extend this out. So I'm going to pull this out, and then I just need to walk this out a couple of half turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll try to do it on this end if I can, because I want to take it half from one side, half from the other. It doesn't want to spin very much from the other end. Let's see if that's enough. We were close before, and this is going to be kind of wonky because this was bent, okay? So this side might be a little bit tough to get exactly right, but you don't want that to be like one thread into the plastic, because then that could yank out. If you have a disparity from your left flap and your right flap, you're going to create a yaw or an elevator-like condition. It could be pretty bad. Okay, so getting in there. Now we need to put the nut back on. These little nylocks have worked out really nice. Basically on all these except for one, they pretty much wanted to thread. So that's okay. If they thread, that's fine. Just back it off and then try it again, okay? Until you get it tight. You can actually tighten this all the way with a ball joint like that, so it's torqued down tight, but I don't. I go to tight and then I back off just a hair like this because they're nylocks. So then when you actuate the flaps, you get that nice smooth action. Okay, so now we just want to mimic that on the other side, but you'll notice this is flush and this is not. That's just because I think the nature of our situation here. So we'll see how this one turns out. It should be about the same, but maybe a little bit different. Let's show you what I did here. I used a 1/16 of an inch on the furthest out hole. Just open that up so it's nice and square. Once that's opened up, then you can feed this bolt. Make sure you get it the right way. This needs to go down on top of the servo. So you want this to come up from the bottom, which means you have to set it up before you get it onto the control surface. Okay, so if you look at this, we've got that threaded on there. And what you can do is many times you can just start screwing it in and it'll go. Because that 1/16 of an inch is too small of a hole. But what's nice about that is once you get this started, once you're walked all the way in, it'll hold it for you, but then you can just over tighten it and it'll drill out that last little teeny tiny bit. Okay. Again, I did this off camera for the other side just in testing. I got to button up all these little loose ends, but some of that stuff is pretty subjective. Like getting where exactly all this stuff sits is kind of a personal matter, if you ask me. Okay, so now this, we want to put this in here. Now this one is, we're in fully retracted mode. So we need to be not square, but one step past square. Can you see that, camera crew? We don't want it to be square, we want it to be one step past. There's only so many teeth. I don't know if that's right. Yeah, see, there's a pretty big disparity from the other side. I think the other side's even more. It's more like that. Yeah, that seems like they're not going to be exactly the same, guys. Sometimes you're just going to have that. See, that's over driving.
I think you might have to go back one. Oops, that.
You mean go back like this? That's a pretty big difference then.
No. But that deployment looks...
It's not even. So I'm gonna have to slide this off and then I'll run this in a couple of turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I can just kind of slip that down over that bolt. Then we'll see what type of deployment we get. It doesn't seem especially even. I really think it's gonna have to go one more. Which is a bummer. By the way, these ESCs start beeping if they're inactive for a while. Give them a little bit of throttle and they stop doing that beep thing, okay? So now that we're in further, we're gonna get more even actuation, but we're gonna bottom out early, okay? Which means that I need this to be extended, okay? So I'm gonna come off of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's kind of a lot. That should get us to where we were and beyond. Still not quite there, but we're gonna have to actuate this end down here or it's gonna come off of the end of this control here. So I need to back up like this. 3, 4, 5 half turns, 6 half turns, 7 half turns. So let's see if that is enough. Should be pretty close.
Closer for sure.
Okay, so that's not quite there yet. Goodness gracious. I think I need to, I'm gonna try with these strippers. They might give me a little better traction on the threads. There's one. Yeah, that felt better too. Okay. This will be probably one of the tougher angles to get worked out.
Yeah, it's been the most adjustment you've had to do.
Yeah, on any of these. Which is tough because I feel like I'm right at the end of that where I'm just like barely getting purchase. Which is kind of true on both sides now. Okay, well, at least it's not a primary control surface, it's flaps. If there's gonna be a time where that happens, this would be the place you'd want it to happen. So the bummer about this is I have to take this back off in order to be able to finish tightening the other side, right? Or no, I can lift this off. I just have to remember what angle it's at.
Well, never mind.
What?
I was gonna say, would it be easier for the angle to do it, to take that other one off?
No. It's not gonna be easier either way. It's gonna be crappy both ways. It's gonna be equally crappy. So I think what's gonna happen is when we're done filming this little chunk, I think what we're gonna do is we're probably just gonna have to, I don't know if we're gonna gracefully bow out at this point or what, camera crew. But we've got quite a bit of stuff left to do, don't we?
Yeah.
It's our little radio controlled enthusiast here. Trying to get into stuff.
Hey, she would like fit in this plane.
I know, it would be awesome. But I'm sure there'd be lots of people that would be upset with me.
We are not putting our cats in the plane.
Oh, come on, just once. That'd be so cool. That'd be like the coolest thing that cat's ever done in its life. Or death.
We have,
We do have a plethora of them.
well, no.
We have spares.
Laura has that one that breathes. It's like fake, and the little cats like cuddle with it. It looks like a real cat. You can just...
You're saying put the fake cat into the fake airplane? No.
So
We're putting real cats in the real airplane.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so takeoff flaps, landing flaps. The deployment looks pretty close. It's maybe not absolutely perfect, but it's close. See, this one's not all the way back, and this one is just, I don't know how to rectify that because I can't change both sides. And look at that, that's like out.
Oh man.
That
That's
is
not gonna
unacceptable. I'm not gonna be able to tolerate that because look, it's like out.
It's gonna be out. And...
Yep, it's out. We can't do it. Okay, so we'll get that resolved and come back. All right, guys, so we have the elevator, ailerons, rudder, and flaps with slow actuation and a mix to the elevator. You'll notice that it's backward though. So let's put the plane upright. Okay, and then camera crew, if you can come down here. First things first, we want to notice that the flaps have just a really small deployment. That's just the way it's going to be for now. That's correct. That's correct. That's incorrect. So we're going to go into servo setup. We're going to click over to reverse. elevator. Now that's correct and correct. Take off flaps, landing flaps, and the correction's correct. Okay, so walking back out, I just want to point out to you that I did switch that back, and then I switched the control axis in the flap, or the servo control reverse. I'm gonna set this to 10 and 15 now that we know it's going the right direction, okay? Nice timer, right? Elevator, elevator. Rudder is backward. Servo setup, travel, reverse, rudder. Correct, 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 correct is correct.
Okay.
Throttle holds off. Motor spin, throttle holds on. Everything is working, including the timer, which is cleared. So now that we have everything going in the right direction, now it turns into one more last detail, which is props. We got to make sure the props are on there. We want to make sure that the plane is in a safe spot so we can test this. Because obviously these props are going to be spinning a certain direction, we need them to be on the correct motor, okay? So one's gonna go one way. Okay, throttle holds off. I'm gonna go as slow as I can. So that's turning in toward the plane, so this would be backward. So this would be correct. So I'm just gonna slide that on and just as slow as I can go. Okay, so that's going this way. So that's going to produce thrust. Throttle holds on. Now I can just get this nut ready. This is an eye lock, so once it's tight on there, then hypothetically it should stay, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've had my nuts blow off all over the place.
Yeah, and that's never good.
Usually results in a crash. Usually. Okay, so I'm just going to tighten this here while holding the prop. Seemed like a really well balanced prop too so far, but I haven't spun it up, so I shouldn't even say that, I guess. I don't know. I've been really impressed with everything on this plane, with the exception of just the concept of how much work has to be done by me, the end user. And you know what? I think some people would get into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so throttle hold is off. Yes, throttle. Okay, good. Throttle holds on and tested. Now we're going to do the same thing over here. Keep your elbow away from that spot, camera crew, just in case something goes wrong. Okay, so this should be going to the inside. So now we're just going to go ahead and get this tight on here. Okay, now we're just going to go real slow. Yep, we have air moving, and we have air moving. Good, and good. Throttle holds on, everything is tested. Now we can torque this down. So now basically at this point, it just becomes a exercise in tidying up those cables on the ESCs. Probably put like a little piece of tape around them or something to prevent them shorting out. Okay, so everything's torqued down here. I think at this point, everything is pretty much ready to fly with the exception of buttoning these up. And we have to, of course, get the nacelles on and then the covers in. So what we'll do is we'll get wires tidied, ESCs tidied, and then we'll come right back for a final shot. All right, so we have this nacelle on. There's 3 screws that go through. Then this piece we had to modify so that we could get it to go down on top of our ESCs. So this side's a little bit different, obviously. So here's what I did to the ESCs. I just taped over my points of contact, okay? And then I basically just took these wires and tucked them down neatly into this channel, okay? So I'm just going to demonstrate on this side what we did on the other side. It's the same thing, real similar. The ESC's lined up in a slightly different spot. This is probably one of the bad spots on this plane in terms of planning and fit and finish. There's no instructions that tell you the ESC needs to be in the nacelle, okay? I guess one could assume that that's a good idea, but they never actually tell you to do that. And so we didn't make accommodations for it. And really all we had to do was just make a longer line. And then that would have allowed us to tie this up here. Like right here, you could have put a zip tie. It would have worked really nice. So that's what I would recommend you do, is instead of making a 5-inch wire, make like a 7-inch wire. And then this could be over here, and it could be just like right in that wash from the air that's coming off the propeller. So the way we're gonna deal with that, because it's not quite 100% totally right, is we're basically just gonna kind of get things situated the best we can, given the circumstances, okay? So all you gotta do is just really carefully tuck this stuff in. The foam will kind of accept a little bit more than it should, and then it holds it tight. But the big thing is you gotta try to keep this from getting overheated as much as you can do without being totally impractical. Okay, so you see how you are pushing that. So that is going to give us a little bit more leeway on this side than the other side. Because then all we have to do is manage this one little area, okay? So this does fit nice, but because the ESC is in a bad spot, we have to modify a little bit so that it'll fit. And all you have to do is just kind of set it down there and you'll see exactly where you have to modify. So in our case, it was a relatively small modification, but it was still a modification nonetheless. Okay, so I have to just take and cut down a little bit and just make a notch, which is, it's not a big deal. It's just annoying at the end of a long day, especially on a model that you didn't expect to be nearly this involved. So luckily for you, you know that it's involved since you're watching this video. And inactivity on an ESC is the stupidest warning ever. There's absolutely no reason why that should ever be set up. Why would you need to know that it's inactive? Totally stupid. I hate it. All right, so now 4 or 3 screws. Finally, we got to these screws. These are the correct screws, and no, they won't go down and penetrate your wires unless you do something really crazy, because they are stood off in the foam. Okay, so that worked really nice on this side. The other side, I fought it really bad. Okay, so that just holds the nacelle down. The nacelles look really nice, I think, at this point. I'm actually really happy with the way this plane went together. I'm just really bummed that we didn't have enough time to really enjoy the process. Not that we normally enjoy the process of assembling planes that much. We kind of tolerate that process because we know a lot of you guys want help going through the process. I would say we more enjoy the demonstration of the flight, the demonstration of the performance and the adjustments and things like that after the fact. Okay, so that's in and that's held down and it is serviceable, which is really nice. Now you'll notice I taped this down because I have a little bit of a bulge here, and that was not ideal, and I'm gonna have a bit of a bulge here as well, but it's not quite as bad. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same exact thing. I'm just using like clear tape. I think we found this tape on Amazon. It's reasonable for price, and it's very clear. Do you remember what brand it is?
I don't think we put a link, but it was really hard to find tape that's actually clear,
Actually
glossy,
clear.
and not clear matte.
Okay, and so we've got that. And then we push that down and we get a nice bite. Okay, so that works out just fine. So basically this plane at this point, if you wanted to, you could essentially hand launch this thing right now, which obviously we're not gonna do that. And we need to figure out, you know, whether we're gonna secure the control board. And obviously the battery needs to have that Velcro strap in there. So we got a couple of loose ends, but at least now we're in a situation where we can go ahead and get things cleaned up for the night, because it's been kind of a long day. And it does look really cool. I'm excited to see this one fly. It's actually a really well put together model with takeoff flaps, landing flaps here. Everything went together about as good as you could expect a plane to go together, but it was so tedious with the capital S. So beyond that, if you're using this for an FPV platform, I think it would be really good for that. There's lots of accommodations all over the place, and this thing has huge amounts of space inside. And the ESCs are going to be very efficient. They're small, they're light. This thing is light. It's very light. The whole thing is very light. So I think it's going to fly great. So without further ado, guys, you've probably already seen it because we typically lead off with our flights. But for now, if you're wanting to help support us and help get us back a little bit for walking you through this process, check the link in the description. You can buy from the links there. We'll link to the receiver. We'll link to the NX8 or the NX lineup, and then the batteries that we choose. And that will really be appreciated. But also just give us a like. Don't forget to subscribe if you aren't already, and click the bell for notifications so you get notified when we put out new content, which is often right now. There's so much coming out right now that it's hard for us to keep up with, which is a great problem to have. Come back for more.